Once upon a time, on the rich, vibrant lands of Africa, the struggle against scarcity echoed through fields and communities. But today, we stand on the cusp of transformation, a journey from hardship to abundance. Innovators, farmers, and leaders are uniting to rewrite this story, harnessing the strength of collaboration and the wisdom of generations. Together, we will explore how to turn challenges into opportunities using cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices to cultivate not just crops, but hope. From drought to harvest, from uncertainty to security, we are here to chart a bold new course. So let us embark on this inspiring journey together. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Agriculture Summit Africa 2024.
'Success', that's domination. With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary, a domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete globally in the age of digitization. But
Africa's story is one of unwavering resilience, a spirit that endures, a land teeming with life, rising from adversity where hope remains a constant ember. In every heartbeat of this vast continent, there lies a promise of greatness, innovation, and transformation. Across Africa, dreams of empowered communities fill the air. Fertile fields stretch towards horizons brimming with possibility. The future beckons with universal health access, education that unlocks potential, equality for all, and an unwavering commitment to food security and climate action. At Sterling One Foundation, we nurture these dreams through the strength of partnership, turning aspirations into reality. Be part of this transformative journey. Help write Africa's next chapter. Visit onefoundation.ng to explore partnership opportunities and create lasting impact together.
the heart pumps vitality into crucial industries. While Waste Bank turns trash into treasure. Africa's Social Impact Summit, ASIS, co-convened with the United Nations, unites stakeholders to tackle Africa's development issues. Always agile, Sterling was ahead.
Get debited for a living? Switch to Alt Bank today and let's empower your financial goals. Also enjoy up to 500,000 Naira interest-free financing, earn referral bonuses, receive free debit cards, and much more. Guy, calm down. That was your interest-free cash advance. Download Alt Bank today to live different.
With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary, a domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete.
Africa's agricultural landscape is transforming, and at Arziki Noma, we are proud to lead this change. Our vision is to unlock the potentials of agriculture by equipping smallholder farmers across Nigeria and Africa with the tools they need to thrive. We offer input financing, training, extension services, and access to market and technology. With our targets set to support over 1 million smallholder farmers, we are a step closer as our reach spans over 400,000 farmers and counting across Nigeria in states like Kaduna, Kano, Nasarawa, Taraba, Plateau, and Bauchi, and in Kenya covering over 656,000 hectares. Together, we cultivate vital grains like maize, soybeans, paddy rice, millet, sorghum, and cowpea, strengthening food security and sustainable livelihoods across Africa. Arziki Noma, the wealth of agriculture.
Movement to save and to help them in their business. But when you are saving,
in my house, I have a 4 kVA solar inverter which powers 2 smart TVs, 20 LED bulbs, 1 double-door fridge, 5 standing fans, 4 laptops, and 1 printer. My experience has been fantastic. Just imagine going downstairs at 1 a.m. to go pull the generator. I can't even remember the last time I went downstairs to put on the generator. I normally would spend 60,000 naira monthly fueling my generator. When I think of how much I've been able to save buying my solar power solution, I've been able to save up to 75 to 80% of the cost. Now I have 24/7 power supply. Honestly, what more do I need?
Because they normally come for the money every day. That if the money is okay a bit, they can loan me more so that my market will improve. It's as if they force me to save my money.
We know the problem.
Every day.
We know the
And at the end
solution.
of
So
the
what
day,
do we
I
do?
collect my money in bulk. Easily I make use of it, and
That's
I'm so
where the
happy
Made
about
by
it. Our
Nigerians
market
initiative,
has there will be
MBN,
a
comes
season
in.
why you have to stop. So I make my
We're not just
towards
promoting
that time
products,
by
we're
saving.
building a
Because I know
movement,
that the
a
money is
community
my own.
around our
When I
local
need
brands.
markets,
MBN
at
is a
any
movement
time,
that
I
says
can
Nigeria
walk
made
in
means
and collect my
quality,
money
innovation,
to
and
purchase
pride.
my business. When you are doing this type of business and
MBN harnesses the power of collective action to
to
strengthen the Naira and enhance our national economy. We're campaigning through strategic partnerships with local businesses, community engagement programs, and nationwide awareness campaigns to highlight the value and potential of products made by Nigerians.
So that she will have something doing.
By promoting a sense of pride in Nigerian-made goods and demonstrating their quality on international platforms, we are not just promoting products, we are elevating the Nigerian brand. So the concept of MBN ambassadors is central to our campaign. We work with organizations and individuals to promote the vision of the MBN initiative. I'm also using this opportunity to invite organizations, businesses, entrepreneurs, and citizens who want to see a better Nigeria to join us. Become a voice for Nigeria and inspire others by communicating the essence of our rich heritage and entrepreneurial spirit.
I know they really have an interest of a woman. I like dealing with
to renew public confidence in Nigeria's local content, our strategies are threefold. First, we work with relevant stakeholders to ensure quality and consistency in local products, which is fundamental. Second, we celebrate local successes through media stories, showcasing the global standards our products and services are meeting. And third, we are building a community around our local brands, promoting customer loyalty and a buy Nigerian culture that's based on pride and not just patriotism. Our KPIs are focused on measurable economic impacts, growth in the number of local businesses and entrepreneurs, the percentage increase in the domestic sales of Nigerian-made products, the volume of exports of locally made goods, and job creation statistics. We also measure the engagement level in our educational programs and the success rate of businesses that have benefited from our capacity building initiatives. These indicators will help us understand and quantify how the MBN initiative is directly contributing to the broader Nigerian economy. Visit mbn.ng to discover how you can be a part of this.
My name is Chief Mrs. Olabisi Medroye. I'm a businesswoman. I deal with plastic in wholesales. My name is Mrs. Chodaide Oluwakemi. I'm a trader. The way Stanley Bank introduced one woman saver to me, I really appreciate it and I like it. They encourage women to save and to help them in their business. But when you are saving, you know you are keeping some money. When the money due, at least before the money due, you may have some bulk market, like wholesale market to buy. You will depend on that money. Most of these people, when you are saving with them, you have to save at least for some months before you can get your money. Because some of them, they will come to us and collect money. But this particular one, you know the specific time you will collect your money and you will get it in bulk. The biggest challenge we have is you cannot get loans from the bank easily. They will ask you to go and bring this, go and bring that. Even before you get all those things, you might have failed what you want to use the money for. I achieve my financial goal through them because they normally come for the money every day. That if the money is okay a bit, they can loan me more so that my market will improve. It's as if they force me to save my money and I'm saving it every day. And at the end of the day, I collect my money in bulk. Easily I make use of it and I'm so happy about it. Our market has season. There will be a season where you have to stock. So I make my plan towards that time by saving. Because I know that the money is my own. When I need markets, at any time, I can walk in and collect my money to purchase my business. When you are doing this type of business and you are blessed to have financial support, you will be proud to do it. Proudness achievement is that I can stand on my own. So my co-women, I will advise to be sincere with whatever they are doing. They should not rely on their husband. The woman should have time for her own so that she will have something doing because nobody knows tomorrow. And moreover, when you have money to take care of your children, tomorrow you are going to enjoy those children. One woman saver is the saving that will improve woman to do whatever she wants to do. Because this program, the way I believe it and what I was told, right, there will be like hospital program among it. In health challenges, Stanley Bank will also help, whereby you can choose any hospital you like. Financially, you are backed by Stanley Bank. And your business too, they are ready to support you. They will not put everything on your shoulder. I know they really have an interest of a women. I like dealing with Stanley Bank. They are the best bank I know. Maybe the director of Stanley Bank is a woman. Maybe that is why she's now trying to favor women better than men.
History is one of unwavering spirit that endures. A land teeming with life, rising from adversity where hope remains a constant ember. In every heartbeat of this vast continent, there lies a promise of greatness, innovation, and transformation. Fertile field possibility. The future beckons with universal health access, education that unlocks potential, equality for all, and an unwavering commitment to food security and climate action. At Sterling One Foundation, we nurture these dreams through the strength of partnership, turning aspirations into reality. Be part of this transformative journey. Help write Africa's next chapter. Visit onefoundation.ng to explore partnership opportunities and create lasting impact together.
Through fields and communities. But today, we stand on the cusp of transformation, a journey from hardship to abundance. Innovators, farmers, and leaders are uniting to rewrite this story, harnessing the strength of collaboration and the wisdom of generations. Together, we will explore how to turn challenges into opportunities using cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices to cultivate not just crops, but hope. From drought to harvest, from uncertainty to security, we are here to chart a bold new course. So let us embark on this inspiring journey together. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Agriculture Summit Africa 2024.
A round of applause, please. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a few people standing. We'll just take a few seconds to have everyone settle down so we can begin. Thank you so much. My name is Uti Elu, and I have the honor of being the compere for this event today. It's extremely exciting for us to be here at the Agriculture Summit Africa 2024. May I ask you to put your hands together, give yourselves a warm round of applause for your presence. To kick off the event, we would like to ask you to stand for the national anthem as the opening prayer. Please rise. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may please take your seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, I'm very excited to welcome you to the Agric Summit Africa 2024. It indeed offers an exciting opportunity not just to congregate, but an opportunity for all stakeholders in the agric sector, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa, to have powerful conversations that not only chart the course, but result in transformation across the continent. This year's theme, transitioning from scarcity to security, is ever more important as Nigeria finds itself in a food crisis. With a myriad of challenges, including insecurity, limited access to finance, climate change, post-harvest losses, and dependency on food imports, Nigeria is on a precipice. This 7th edition promises to be pivotal as we explore the path to a food-secure future, not just for Nigeria, but Africa as a whole. Over the next 2 days, you can expect insightful discussions and speakers who will dissect the key issues and posit actionable solutions. I want to give a very warm welcome also to our online audience. A round of applause, please. The summit is indeed a global event with attendees from over 35 countries. As I said, this is the 7th year, so as we all know, 7 is perfection. So this is the year of perfection for the Agriculture Summit Africa. I believe that deserves a round of applause. As we go through the agenda for the next 2 days, we will have panel discussions, we will have keynote speakers, and without further ado, allow me to acknowledge the presence of some of our honored guests. Okay. So starting off with the Commissioner for Agriculture, Lagos State, Ms. Ruth Abisola Olusoya. Please, a round of applause for her, please. Thank you for your presence, ma'am. The Divisional Head, Investment Banking, Sterling Bank, Mr. Dele Fashemo. A round of applause for him, please. The MD, Sterling Bank Limited, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As we go through the event, we will continue to honor our esteemed guests. As we move into the agenda, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite none other than Mr. Abubakar Suleiman to give us the welcome remarks. Before he comes up, I would like to read a short profile. Abubakar Suleiman is an economist and a banker with over 20 years' experience in consulting and financial services. As the Chief Executive Officer of Sterling Bank, his top priority is to optimize the impact of financial intermediation in critical sectors that can catalyze growth and create a future of shared prosperity for all Nigerians. These sectors are health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. And they are at the heart of Sterling. Before his current role, he served as an executive director and chief finance officer of the bank and was the executive sponsor of the bank's non-interest banking business, Sterling Alternative Finance. Abubakar holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Abuja and a master's of science in major program management from Said Business School, University of Oxford. His previous work experience includes tax advisory at Arthur Andersen and financial markets with Citibank. He's a firm believer in the role of efficient markets, emerging technologies, and small businesses in unlocking productivity, improving national competitiveness, and driving inclusive economic growth. He currently serves on the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, and the advisory boards of Lagos Business School, Enterprise Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University, and the Bantu Blockchain Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please, with a warm round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Abubakar Suleiman.
Hello? Okay, I was worried. It's such a relief to come on stage when the protocol has been set. Every time that I've tried to do the protocol thing properly, I always end up in trouble. So I'm really glad that I can stand on the protocol that has been set. But also when we have conversations like this where we are very serious about making real changes, we can be forgiven if we do not go through the protocol as well as we could have. There's so many people here that deserve to have been mentioned, but we will not be able to do that today. The questions I get asked whenever people found out how we have supported this summit, and as mentioned, this is the 7th year, the why agriculture? Why is the bank so laser focused on agriculture? I usually start from a philosophical perspective, that the societies that have thrived, the societies that we know that have become dominant, have done so in two ways. Either from abundance, such as the famous stories of the Nile Valley, which was one of the most productive agricultural space, or from plundering. So either you become so self-sufficient in food production that you can begin to take the extra resources you have and commit it to other aspects of human civilization, or you plunder. It is clear to me that the option of plundering is not on the table, has probably never been on the table for Nigeria. So whatever we do as a people, unless we found a roadmap to agricultural abundance, meaning producing more than we need, we will struggle to grow in other aspects of our lives. And this is the reason Sterling Bank, when it set out to redefine itself by focusing on the hard sector, made Agric the centerpiece of that. And so, yes, we want to see significant development in the healthcare industry. We absolutely believe that without reforming and transforming education, we would have struggled to prosper. We believe that energy is key to everything we do, specifically renewable energy, and we know that without transport infrastructure, there is none of this that can get off the ground. But at the center of it is food security, is food self-sufficiency. And that is why for 7 years, every year without fail, we set aside everything else we were doing and try to convene what I have come to believe is the most productive summit for agriculture on the continent. And we hope we can continue to grow this further. When we think about Nigeria in particular, much of the problem we face today can be traced back to the breakdown in our food supply chain. And it's not just in the food supply chain, it started with the challenges we face with climate, where a lot of the lands that made it possible for us to produce, even without adopting modern technology, they became unproductive, not just because of the crisis, but also because of water supply. And so for us, if we fix food supply, then we can begin to worry about all the other things. Without fixing food supply, we can never fix security. Food insecurity is the ultimate insecurity. And in 7 years, I would expect that most of us will start to suffer some level of summit fatigue, because this is not the only summit. On the average, you probably have a summit every week. I mean, in many cases, we ask ourselves, what do we achieve? What is the outcome of this summit? And so I will use this brief moment that I have to share with you what we have done as a result of this summit. The biggest one is that when we started this summit as a financial institution, less than 3% of our loan book was to agriculture. And everybody knew that access to finance was a fundamental problem that needed to be solved. By the end of the 6th summit, we have just under 15% of our loan book to agriculture. This has not been done by any financial institution that we know of on the continent, and we intend to continue to keep it at that level. Because the first thing we bring to the table, the reason why when we convene you listen to us, is that we are a financial institution, and the promises that we make here, we back it up by producing financing to agriculture. The second accomplishment, and one that I hope we'll continue to build on, is that we realize that there is a major divide between the rural communities where most of our agricultural activities take place and those of us in the cities who come here and have access to the most updated information in the world. And that was because they did not have access to the internet. And so whatever we thought we were sharing via the online, via email, was not getting to the farmers. And so we started the Nigeria Farmers Radio, an effort that has gone on for well over 5 years now, and we reach most of the states of Nigeria with radio carrying the same quality information that we would have had access to so that the farmers can be better informed. We believe it's a fundamental pathway towards productivity. We also realized from previous summit that women play a significant role in food production, and that a lot of them have zero access to any kind of support and certainly limited access to financing. And so in collaboration with our partner, the MasterCard Foundation, we've been able to create a program called the SWAY AgFin that enabled us lend money specifically focused on women in agriculture with some extension to youth in agriculture. And through this program, we've been able to deploy over $33 million of funding to women in agriculture at single-digit rate. And we intend to continue to grow that program because we have seen the benefit of it. It has affected over 20,000 people directly. We also realize that the future of agriculture does not belong to those of us who are approaching retirement. And that if you look at the rural communities, a lot of the people who still have to carry the burden of agriculture today are getting older. And so until we bring in the youth into agriculture, we will not have solved the problem for the future. So a part of the program that has come out of this summit, it's that we have the Africa, the ASIC, which is a program that is intended to bring African youth into agriculture. And by creating this club, we believe that the platform now exists for you to see the possibility of prospering through agriculture. This led us to the next solution we choose to solve, which is we're currently experimenting a smart farm where we are bringing in all of the modern technology that is already available. And we hope that by doing this, not only do we demonstrate the higher productivity in agriculture, but we also encourage the young people to see how their own skill sets, especially skill sets in technology, can be deployed in agriculture, and hopefully we'll then bring them into agriculture for the long term. And finally, we know that agriculture cannot be a rural business or a small business or a business that is left to families to run. We know that eventually for us to be food self-sufficient, we must bring in the large businesses. And so we've created the Agric Hub. The Agric Hub is our effort at ensuring that when we have a summit like this and thousands of people join us, they don't then go home, do very little, and come back next year to continue the conversation. Instead, we bring them together on a digital platform that allow them to not only continue to interact with each other, to find opportunities, to find new markets, to find new supplies, but most importantly, so that when we come back next year, the progress that would have come from the outcome of this summit would not be something we write on paper, it would be something in the lives of the people that attended the summit. And so as we move on to the 7th summit, I ask one question and one question only. What do we expect of the summiters? Not what do we expect of Sterling or any one of our promoters, but what do we expect of you? We ask you first and foremost to engage. Not just to sit down here and listen to the panelists and to the speeches, but to engage. Talk to people around you. In this room is someone who has solutions that can transform your business. In this room is someone who is the market you've been looking for. Someone here has the data you need. So whatever you do, please engage. In between the panels, make sure you talk to everyone you meet. We also ask you to collaborate. Because ultimately, no one business or individual can solve this problem alone. Approach every problem with a spirit of collaboration, recognizing that you may know something, but there are other things that you don't know. And finally, we ask you to tell your stories. What I've done is to tell some of the stories of Sterling Bank, how this summit has transformed the business that we do in agriculture. You all have stories to tell. We encourage you to tell your stories. And ultimately, as we leave the 7th summit, the biggest gift that we can give to ourselves and to the future generation is to take this summit and make it an industry platform, meaning that every single person here must own this summit, must contribute to this summit, must co-convene with us, so that you are no longer our guest, but instead you are part of the summit and you are the owners of the summit. So let me thank you very much for coming, and specifically to thank every single person who got here on time. Thank you, and thank you.
A round of applause, please, for Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. My dear, esteemed audience, I want to crave your indulgence, please. We're here to talk about something very important, food security. So we need to bring energy. So when I say a warm round of applause, I want the people at the gate to feel that people are clapping in here. So shall we try again? A warm round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're going to be moving on now so that we can keep to time. And we're going to be taking our first keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pay attention to this speaker, who is more than qualified to deliver this address, titled Policies and Impact on Food Security in Africa. For the next 20-25 minutes, we're going to learn and gather insights from Professor Oyebanji Oyelorun Oyeyinka, PhD. He is the Senior Special Advisor on Industrialization to the President of the African Development Bank. Professor Oyeyinka is currently, where he is coordinating the establishment of the agro-industrial processing zones and industrial policies in several African countries. He holds a Bachelor of Science, first-class honors in chemical engineering from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, a master's in chemical engineering from the University of Toronto, Canada, and a Doctor of Philosophy in Development Economics, specializing in the economy of technological change and industrialization from the University of Sussex, United Kingdom. I'm just going to pause there and say, whew. He is the first Nigerian professor in the field of development economics and industrial policy. He's a professional fellow and former professor of development economics at the United Nations University Institute of New Technologies for 6 years from 2001 to 2006. UniIntech is a globally acclaimed center for research and training. The center benefited from acclaim for his pioneering work in the field of industrialization, technological change, and innovation policy. He continues to be affiliated with the center, now United Nations University Merit, as a visiting professor. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Chemical Engineering, a visiting professor at the Open University UK, a former member of the Governing Council of the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, a member advisory council on the industrialization of Africa Continental Free Trade Area, winner of the National Productivity Order of Merit. Professor Oyeyinka is a global thought leader and an astute administrator who served at a very high level within the United Nations system for 20 years, his last position being Director, Regional Office for Africa, overseeing 24 countries, Chief Scientific Advisor, UN Habitat, and Director, Monitoring and Research Division. He provided intellectual leadership for UN Habitat at flagship reports, State of the World Cities Report and the Global Report on Human Settlements, and guided work on the introduction of new ways to work at development and prosperity issues in Africa. In several UN organizations, including at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Geneva, where he coordinated the 10-year review of performance of least developed countries. His leadership is now used in over 400 cities globally. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Professor Oyeyinka.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, colleagues. Let me stand on the existing protocol. I'm glad to be here. And I want to thank organizers of this very important meeting, conference, and inviting me to deliver this keynote speech, particularly the Sterling One Foundation and the Sterling Bank that have been organizing this meeting for the last 7 years and all the impact you have made. I want to congratulate you. Today, I've been asked to speak to the theme, From Scarcity to Security. I title my speech, Building a Production Nation. This is because the fruits of prosperity of nations sprout from the trees of production. Of course, the journey from scarcity to security has always been a significant challenge faced by poor countries. If not, we won't be talking about scarcity. Scarcity is defined as the limited availability of resources to meet the demands of the population, and it manifests in several forms: food insecurity, inadequate access to clean water, limited health care, lack of educational opportunities. To transition from this state of scarcity to one of security requires multiple approaches that address the root causes of poverty, promote sustainable development, and fosters resilience within our communities. So how does that manifest within the Nigerian context? Nigeria is not lacking in natural resources. We are abundantly blessed. We are living in the midst of abundance, yes, we suffer egregious scarcity. There are multiple origins and causes for this. They include political factors, instability, human-induced insecurity, corruption, economic mismanagement, lack of trust among ourselves, basic infrastructure, distribution networks, and lack of a credit system that is sustainable, that facilitates production, and as well as short and long-term distance trade. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most evident is income scarcity, which is, of course, reflected in the poverty rate that you all are very much familiar with now, showing that 63% of Nigerians, or 1.3 million people, are multi-dimensionally poor, according to the MBS. Of course, it's worse in the rural areas. 72% of the people are usually, and I always feel this is actually a very optimistic figure, 72 and 42 in the urban areas. As we all know, and as we've seen so in the food inflation that we now have, scarcity in Nigeria is reflected in food insecurity at most. If you disaggregate the overall inflation, you find that food insecurity and energy are the two major drivers of inflation in our country. Of course, human insecurity has been a notable source of food scarcity. But the more fundamental origin is Nigeria's lack of production capabilities. Scarcity is a situation in which citizens are unable to access sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. This scarcity, of course, has been compounded by recent events, the pandemic, wars, climate change, which has affected crop yields and exacerbate the vulnerability of our rural communities. This morning, we just focus very narrowly on food insecurity and food scarcity. According to the 1996 World Food Summit, food security is defined as when all people always have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. And all of this must be attained simultaneously. As of August 2024 in Nigeria, 32 million Nigerians were described as acutely short of food, due, of course, to security challenges and, of course, the reform that we've undertaken in Nigeria. One of the figures that you probably have seen, and which speaks a lot to our lack of production capacity, is that Nigerians spend about 60% of their income on food. This is the highest in the world that any citizen spends in any country. You compare to the United States, where people spend only about 6.4% of their income on food, and in the UK it's about 8.2%. In other words, we are in a true state of emergency. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just take a very quick look at the roots of food scarcity. As I stated earlier, for me, the most fundamental reason for scarcity is our lack of production capability. In other words, it includes our inability to produce sufficiently on our farms, our inability to also process in our factories. Scarcity is widespread in every poor country, especially those who have gotten themselves addicted to imports. In 2023, Nigeria spent about $10 billion on food import, including fish, even though we have large bodies of water and ocean all around us. The bulk of these imports were also cereals, corn, maize, wheat. These are things we can produce. We spend about $3 billion on those alone. Yet all the preconditions are there for us to be self-sufficient in food production. This country has over 84 million hectares of arable land, of which only 40% is cultivated. We are the largest African market. We are the largest in terms of population, maybe not in terms of spending power. 230 billion cubic meters of water, an abundant and reliable rainfall in over 2/3 of Nigerian territory. So it is befuddling that we are food exporter. Of course, decisions and actions and investment required to set up production structures can be complex. They are technological in nature, economic, and of course, for the most part in poor countries, it's always political. And politics always trump common sense in poor countries. But unless we master the mechanics of production by which other societies have been able to overcome scarcity, we will not get out of food scarcity. When you see the most striking feature of an industrial society is their capacity to mass produce not only the final consumer goods, but also all the means of mass production, raw materials, machineries, equipment, transportation, logistics, all of this that you require to ensure that you have smooth trade within and outside of the country constitute what I call the production capabilities. There's one notion I want to also address very quickly. People in affluent nations have accommodated themselves to a life of luxury. The poorest state, poorest country in Europe or in America is richer than Nigeria. They have accommodated, and I use the word accommodation, to a life of luxury. On the other hand, majority rural dwellers in our systems have lived too long in agrarian conditions and have also accommodated themselves, what I call poverty accommodation. Poverty accommodation is a very insidious thing. It's not physical. But it's one of those mental modes that affects the way we move, the way we run our economy. It's a situation where the majority of our people are stuck in what I call destitution equilibrium. You know, your income, your expenses are equal. Every day, every month, whatever you earn is gone. Especially for rural people, it's every day. They live a subsistent life. What you grow is what you eat, nothing left for savings, for investment. That is an equilibrium, both in physics, in engineering, in economics. Equilibrium is that state where the positive and negative forces, they balance each other. That is how most people live. In fact, the majority of poor farmers live like that. And they have accepted it. They live a life that is now devoid of struggle for a better life. It's an existence that is devoid of aspiration for a better tomorrow. It is a fatalistic accommodation of intergenerations of pain inflicted by the cruelty of scarcity. Improvements in living conditions is far and fleeting for these people. Majority of our people are living in what Thomas Hobbes, the 17th century English philosopher, describes, and I quote, no arts, no letters, no society, and worst of all, they live in continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man there is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. That is the life where people are accommodated to destitution equilibrium. And we must end poverty destitution. The surest way is through mass education that transforms a villager's mindset, locked in fatalism, to seeing a better life that is possible. You might wonder, why am I talking like this? Because that is where it starts. When we are accommodated to a life of destitution and poverty, people don't struggle anymore for a better life. When we break that mental mode of destitution equilibrium, it reveals, for example, to a palm wine tapper that he can convert that wine or palm wine to something else. It removed our constraints of the mind that a rubber tapper can now understand that from natural rubber, he can produce car tires, rubber gloves, mattresses, shoe soles, hot water bottle, balloons, rubber boots, seal rings. It is the acknowledgement of a diversified economy that makes it possible from poverty accommodation, from just resigning to making gari and fufu alone, to thinking and to knowing that you can produce ethanol, you can produce fructose, you can produce all manner of things, even from banana peels, or from the humble cassava, or from the humble rubber. The poor has no savings. They have no room for investment. In the rural area, there are no small and medium enterprises. There are no large companies because there is no demand for their products. There are villages markets, but no serious trade because of the small size of the markets. Agrarian areas are isolated, and contacts with people involve prohibitive transaction costs. There is hardly the presence of governments in many of our states. So the cost to transact business is high. There is hardly the presence of government. So the spaces lack political stability. Common is insecurity. No credit system. No distribution networks. Hardly any transport infrastructure. If there is no market, which means insufficient demand, there will be no production, which means insufficient supply. Colleagues, this is why the Africa Development Bank has been promoting the establishment of these industrial clusters, which we have named Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones. The SAPZ is designed to overcome isolation faced by rural farmers to create a network of missing human interactions and logistics. Clusters remove credit constraints. They reduce the cost of investment in production technologies. The clustering process lowers capital entry costs, and the entry barriers are removed that enable more entrepreneurs to participate in non-farm production. It encourages non-farm collaboration. Our most urgent goal then should be rapid industrialization-induced growth, accompanied by new secondary cities around those areas where hundreds of companies, large and small, will engage in the specialization of their products. This is the historical example that we have. The emergence of large, medium, and small farms and industrial clusters had always been in response to the emergence of large markets, but our markets are too small. The village market is small. To achieve security, therefore, we must build the production structures and we must build the markets. The emergence of SAPZs that we have been pushing since 2019 is that template for lifting rural poverty or rural poor people from their misery of accommodation to becoming markets with significant spending power. Transforming the rural economy is a prerequisite to industrialization. Just look at the different markets across the world. You have the village market, you have the local markets, you have the national market, and then you go to international market. Can you compare our village markets to the stock market in New York, in London, in Hong Kong, in Shenzhen? That shows you that as long as you are locked in a village sense, you are locked in that accommodation of poverty, and you don't have markets, you will never gain wealth. It is the difference between the production nations and the consumption nations. We produce, they process, they get rich, we remain poor. Our farmers produce raw cocoa that feeds chocolate factories in Switzerland, in Netherlands, in Belgium. And now, you'll be surprised, now in Asia, Indonesia has entered into the league of big cocoa producers. Last year, they exported over $1.2 billion of processed cocoa, not as we do. 1.2 billion of cocoa derivatives. In Nigeria, cocoa production, for example, fluctuates between 250 to 400,000 tons per year. We export 85% of the raw beans, and they export 85% of processed cocoa. They earn 1.2 billion, we earn 700,000 because we only export the raw beans. It is why the GDP of those countries that process things are very high and ours remain low. So remember, we have to do everything possible to turn the large army of rural poor into, which is a drag on our economy. When their standard of living rises, the size of market will increase. When in turn will support the production of mass markets. We are therefore deploying the SAPZ not just as a production platform, but as a market creator. When you turn the army of poor people into those who are now enriched to spend more, you change the society itself. I was once talking to a lady who produces sorbitol in Oyo State, Mrs. Iranloye, and she's telling me that all the farmers around her ecosystem, he said you can't describe them again as those earning $1, the usual metrics of describing poor people. He said, at the least, every one of them has now $10, $15 per day. That's their metrics. Why? Because she changed the rural setting. She turned that place to a place of production. She produces sorbitol. When you look at your toothpaste, especially Sensodyne, one of the first ingredients you see there is sorbitol. It's made from cassava. That's what this lady produces. The first and the only one I know now, I think there are one or two other companies that now wants to produce sorbitol. So let's not just feed ourselves. Let's just also create derivatives that will earn us money. Let me begin to end by looking at the mechanics of this transition. From the first industrial revolution, the rural areas of UK, Japan, US had massive numbers of small-scale producers, basic consumer goods. And I recall we used to have quite a number of them, actually, in the 70s, 80s in Nigeria. The same model copied by China. During Deng's reform from 1978, they emerged in China, in the rural parts of China, something called the Township Village Enterprises, the TVEs. They were all over the rural areas of China. That was actually almost map to map what the English Industrial Revolution actually did. They started to move the poverty situation of the rural areas, and that actually dovetailed into the big factories that you see today. The large factory system that later evolved had roots in those previous light industries, such as textiles, food, toys, furniture, located in the peri-urban areas of China. They evolved into mass production, labor-intensive and export-oriented sectors. All nations started by exploiting their comparative advantage, and we have it as agriculture, based on organized but cheap labor, for the most part, cotton, textile, and garment. So how do we make that transition? We have to change from being an agrarian society, and I'm not belittling the role of small farmers. When you speak, like people say, oh, small farmers, farmers. I said, these are relative terms. A small farm in Mississippi is a large farm, commercial farm in Nigeria. In California, where you need 1 hour to work a particular unit of farm, you need 300 hours here because we don't have the mechanization. So it's not about denigrating small farms. And I always tell my colleagues who romanticize this, it's a very romantic thing, NGOs. I said, why don't you leave them there in Boston, in Brussels, in your own countries? Why is Africa the place for experiment? Why is it the place? 250 years ago, Europe got over that phase. 80 years ago, in the middle of 1960s, India achieved the Green Revolution, and it spread all over Asia. Korea, same. Africa must get its own green revolution in the next 5 years, or else we remain a laughing stock. We must change this narrative. We must change this narrative of a dual economy. When you look at the output contribution of the industrial sector to overall GDP, it's been consistently declining from about 15.6% in around the 1970s to 80s to 5.7%. And it remains, manufacturing contribution to GDP remains under 10%. For most countries in the middle income, it's about 25%. We also embarked on industrialization, but we lost it. And because we lost it, we lost the engine of economic growth. This is what the Special Agro Zone is designed to help to do with, is to fast-track the structural transformation by modernizing our farming techniques, the technologies and practices of the agrarian sector. The distinguishing factor that we know today, and all of us know it, is that agrarian sectors are always a place of mass poverty. And therefore, the primary objective of SAPZ is rural industrialization. I will end by spelling out very quickly what are the pillars of the SAPZ. What is it that rural industrialization for us mean? Number one, and what are those things we need to put in place? Develop the peri-urban industrial and structural economic strategy. We have it all spelled out in what we are doing. The explicit goal is rural revitalization. The SAPZ will make farming a business, not just a way of life. It will make it a business. It will ensure high productivity. It will assure food security. It will raise the income of our farmers. Number two, we need to put in place endogenous rural social protection systems. We need to move away from palliatives. Palliatives don't help. People spend it and that's the end of it. Next week they are back to begging for money. Social protection system include social protection system. China did it. Everyone have done it. People will tell you it's hard. Everything is hard. Building institution is always hard, but we have to do it. We have to put in place social insurance system, social welfare, health insurance, in the way that we know it in those rural areas. Let us do it. We are smart people, but our smartness is always used in some very weird ways sometimes. Number three, we have to increase agricultural productivity. Of course, we all know it. Our yields are too low. Where India was in 1960, where we are now, most of our farmers. We have to raise manufacturing productivity. And we have to put the nexus together. As you industrialize farming, you raise the productivity of both the farm and also of the farmer themselves because they get more educated. We have to address the stagnating agricultural productivity over the last 3 decades. Number four, we have to promote non-agricultural value-added activities. This is what I described to you earlier on. In most of the rural areas of China, in fact, that's where this 800 million lifted out of poverty came from. People talk about China, but that was where it actually came from. To lift 800 million people out of poverty, you have to address the poverty, the destitution equilibrium of the rural areas. This is what the SAPZ is planned to do. It's been very difficult because of our usual Nigerian issues, but we're almost there. We're at the point of disbursement now. At least all the 5 states of the first phase, you'll begin to see construction by January of 2025. And we are also taking to our board 10 or 12 more states by first quarter of 2025. It's the biggest special agro zone project in Africa. We're in 15 countries, we're in 25 sites, but Nigeria is the biggest project. We need help. people should help us, not obstruct us. We need to push it further and faster. And I want to tell you, I'm not afraid to tell you, Dr. Adesina is going to leave next year. I don't know whether the new president there will be as passionate about this. So let's do whatever we can for our country. This is our passion. It's not because we have any vested interest. Number 5, invest in rural productive infrastructure. That we all know. Roads, basic communication. We were at the Iowa meeting of the World Food Prize when the president of Tanzania was very happy telling us, all the 23 villages in my country are fully electrified. All of them. He said, why? Because the only way to turn them to productive areas is to electrify them. The governors for Katsina and Plateau, they were there. And I remember the governor of Plateau was telling us at the forum, he said, I feel so ashamed, but I feel encouraged. We have rural electrification institutions, but we don't see any electrification. We have to query ourselves. Number 6, we invest in creating bigger market size. And when I talk about size of market, it's different from the extent of market. The size of market means your productive, your purchasing power. When Adam Smith talks about extent of market, talks about geography, it's also important. As I said earlier, we have to move from village market to national market to regional market. We have created the EFCFTA. I'm a member of the Council of Industrialization of EFCFTA, but we have to play in that ecosystem. The agribusiness sector in Africa will be worth $1 trillion in 2030. Are we going to keep buying, or we are going to be participating in the production? Finally, rural industrialization for us should solve the spatial problem of sustainable urbanization. This is why you see all Lagos is filled with people, Enugu, Kaduna, Abuja. Everyone is coming here. Let's create the ecosystem within the secondary cities so that people stay there and live there and earn their livelihood and better their lives. Half of our continent's population in 2030 will be living in urban areas. If we don't plan for it, all we are going to do is create slums and sprawls. We need strong leadership. We need efficient, transparent, and accountable bureaucracy. We need better public finance management. Nigerian textile, as I close, was booming in the 80s. By 2007, we had only about 26 textile and ready-made garment companies in operation, employing only about 24,000 people. At the height of that period, China was employing about 8 million people in RMG, ready-made garment industry alone. And what you find was that by 2020, RMG export of China was about $266 billion. It's half of Nigeria's GDP. That's what they export every year. But the irony is that the growth of Chinese exports, combined with Nigeria's traders flocking to China. I looked at the graphs and the figures. There was actually almost a map to map. We never took advantage of the market. We opened up our market at that time. And Chinese exports, flooded our market. Our traders all went to locate themselves in Guangzhou. And all they do is take all these things and dump on the Nigerian market. And our textile industry crashed. They produce, we purchase and consume. China got richer, Nigeria got poorer. We need to retrace our steps and become a production nation. We need to bring back the CTG to lead our rural and urban industrial revitalization. As I close, let me reiterate 3 points. The government of Nigeria, my country, I love Nigeria, should maintain political stability and security at any cost. Without stability in those areas, we'll keep losing production. We'll keep losing our people. Number two, industrialization should also refocus on grassroots while we recover, and also try to, recover some of the moribund industries. We must invest massively in raising educational, vocational, and basic agribusiness knowledge of rural dwellers. Number three, government must provide for infrastructure build-up. Use a dual-track system, public-private ownership. Moving from scarcity to all-round security behoves all of us. And we must end this label of a consumption nation. We consume too much. We import what we can't afford. You go to England, you see small cars on their small pokey highways, where here everybody is riding SUVs. There's nothing wrong with it if we produce it better. SAPZ for us is a model of industrialization for creating a transformed higher income society. It is our battle axe to break the poverty equilibrium and turn rural mass poverty into an arena of mass employment and mass markets. Today I see key players of the agribusiness in the hall. Why don't we create an alliance for zero hunger in Nigeria? Why don't we work together with Sterling Foundation? Why not work with AFDB? Why not work with all our partners? Why not target in the first place 2,000 hectares per local government for support for youth and women? At the core of it, we have something called the Enable Youth Program in the Africa Development Bank. Why not converge all our efforts together? Why not work with that young man called Samson Obole? He has built close to 500 greenhouses in Ogun State. 500, one individual, supported by well-wishers. But we as government, we have not built. Why not build 500 greenhouses in every state to solve all the urban requirements for food? We can end the scarcity of urban foods in 1 year. How can we continue the accommodation of poverty and hunger? Let this be our resolution. Let this be our New Year revolution. And I call it Alliance at End Hunger 2026. Let us resolve to end the shame on Africa and Nigeria. God bless all of you, and God bless Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together for Professor Oyeyinka. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing insights into the challenges that agrarian rural communities are facing. And more importantly, as we said, ASA is not a place to discuss problems, but it's a place to prefer solutions. So thank you, sir, for sharing that insight. Interestingly enough, sir, when you mentioned about the textile industry in the 80s, I'm an 80s child. One of my most memorable, and if you went to school in the 80s, education was not as fun as it is now for the young guys. One of my most interesting memories was going to a textile factory, and I often wondered what happened. And thank you for explaining that, sir. It was a pleasure to have you here. I'd like to acknowledge the arrival of a special guest, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Mrs. Jumoke Oduwole. A round of applause for her, please. Welcome, ma'am. Whilst the keynote address was ongoing, we also had the arrival of a very special delegation to the ASA 2024. And to give you more insight into that delegation, I would like to welcome Mr. Solomon Iopev to the stage. A round of applause, please, for him. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's a great honor for me. Good morning, everyone, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Iopev. I'm the technical advisor to the Benue State Governor on Media, Publicity and Strategic Communications. You may clap for me if you like. Very quickly, I'd like to bring to the stage the special guests, as was said earlier, but I have been mandated to introduce those who came with him to this very all-important special event. I'd like to quickly introduce the lead, the team lead, a very humble and gentle man, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance of Benue State, a businessman, Honorable Michael Uglegba. We'd like to warmly welcome you. Thank you for coming. Also with us here is Honorable Alumo Opi, is the Commissioner of Trade and Investment of Benue State. We'd like to welcome you very warmly. We also have Honorable Danjuma Adejo. He is the Technical Advisor to the Governor on Agribusiness, Partnerships and Development. We'd like to welcome you also very warmly. Here with us is the Director General of the Benue International Cooperation and Development, Mr. Aondase Liu. We'd like to welcome you very warmly. We also have here the man who is the focal point for investments in Benue State. He is the ES of the Benue Investment Promotion Agency, my very good friend and brother, Teheme John Paul. We'd like to welcome you very well. Then Berita Shilua is the DG of Bureau of Enterprise and Wealth Creation. Honorable Chanya Oko is the technical advisor on agriculture to the Governor, Policy and Value Chain Development. We have all of these people. Honorable Lawrence Ame Victor from Akrasel. Mrs. Iveren Tefa is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture. We have the man who is in charge of investments, international investments, the Special Advisor, Honorable Alex Adingi. Honorable Fidelis Unongo is the Special Advisor on Special Duties. We have lots of other people here. David Derek Yotiom is of Benipa. We'd like to welcome them very warmly to this occasion. Can we just welcome them very warmly with a round of applause? Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I have the rare privilege, a very, very rare privilege of introducing what I refer to as a bridge, a combination of an embodiment of a convergence rather of faith, knowledge, and true leadership. I want to talk about someone who has been a priest, whose illustrious career has spanned over 34 years in priesthood, has gathered a lot of experience while doing that. I have the opportunity to introduce a psychologist, a counselor, a theologist, an educationist whose quest for knowledge has earned him diplomas, degrees, and doctorate degrees across Europe and, of course, the Americas. I want to introduce to you a charismatic, energetic man who has a very sound mind and led a team that broke the jinx of politics in Benue. He garnered votes that have never been done in the history of Benue State. In fact, INEC had to tell them, please wait, the votes are enough for now. That has never happened before in the history of Benue State. And his charismatic leadership has brought a total turnaround to Benue. Those of you who listen to news and who watch around, you will see that Benue has come from what we refer to a place of coma from the hospital and is now being revitalized and is coming back to life in all sectors. Because before he came on board, you had a deficit in almost everything, infrastructure, health, education, and all of that. And we're having a total turnaround as a leader that has come to take over the leadership and the reins of Benue State. As a Catholic priest, a renowned academic and seasoned administrator, Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Yomamelia brings a unique blend of spiritual insight and technical expertise to the forefront of Africa's agricultural transformation. His groundbreaking work in Benue State in agricultural development, as you can hear, which I believe we're going to hear much more, has given us positive projects for Nigeria, for Africa, and indeed the world, to move us from a place of scarcity to a place of abundance and, of course, food security. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to invite to the stage this morning, an innovative agricultural solutions man who has very inspired faith and leadership and collaborative strategies for Africa's prosperity in agriculture, Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Yomamelia, who is represented here today by our amiable, our humble, our loyal, our committed, our focused Deputy Governor of Benue State, His Excellency Dr. Sam Ode MNI. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, our chief host, Abubakar Suleiman, and Professor from AFDB. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think Solomon has done the best job selling Benue to the whole world. You cannot find a better salesman than this gentleman. He has made my job quite easy for me, and I will go straight to deliver the speech of the governor of Benue State, whom I have the honor to represent at this very important event. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and friends of African agriculture. Thank you for the welcome and the warm welcome, I beg your pardon. It is an honor to join you today on this platform created by Sterling Bank. I stand before you, dedicated champions of change, united in our vision for a future where Africa feeds itself, sustains itself, and thrives on the strength of its people. The road ahead may be challenging, but it is full of promise. We are embarking on a journey that requires ambition, collaboration, and most importantly, a paradigm shift from raw material agriculture to finished goods agriculture. This shift will accelerate job creation, boost economic growth, and secure Africa's future. Africa, despite its vast arable land and rich natural resources, faces an ongoing battle with food insecurity. With over 1.4 billion people today, and projections estimating the population to reach 2.5 billion by 2050, the demand for food is increasingly exponential. Yet, Africa remains heavily reliant on food imports, with over 40% of the continent's food needs coming from outside. We just heard today from our very distinguished professor that Nigerians spend 60% of their income on food. $10 billion to import food into this space is quite alarming. I think that is a red flag that should awaken all of us, to the consciousness to begin to look inward. The gap between food production and demand continues to widen, exacerbated by climate change, poor infrastructure, and inadequate agricultural investment. This is quite a paradox. A continent with so much potential, yet struggling to feed itself. It is time for Africa to move from scarcity to security. And Africa can only achieve this through strategic investments which can create sustainable food systems that feed Africa and the rest of the world. Our vision for Benue is to rise to the challenge of feeding Africa. Benue, known as food basket of the nation, is poised to transform into Africa's agricultural hub. And we can achieve this by setting new standards for what the continent can achieve. Our strategy is simple. We intend to make agriculture profitable to the farmer, increase output through improved practices, inputs, and mechanization. create access to markets, and develop the agricultural value chain from raw materials to semi and fully finished products. Benue boasts of some of Nigeria's most fertile land, spanning over 35,000 square meters, enriched by the River Benue and Katinala. These rivers sustain our vast floodplains, creating ideal conditions for all year-round farming and abundant food production. With targeted investment in irrigation, we can unlock the full potential of these water resources, transforming Benue into a leading agribusiness hub that enhances food security and drives economic growth across the region. Our state is also rich in high-value crops. We are the world's largest producers of yam and cassava. Our renowned orange orchards, mangoes, rice, soybeans are ready to be leveraged for export. Benue's sesame seed, famously known for its name as Beniseed, is a global market potential that is vital to Nigeria's economy. Long before oil became the nation's primary export, these crops, grown in Benue's fertile soil and nurtured by its favorable climate, presented the hope for our country. As a necessary prelude to our ranching policy to boost meat and milk production, we are open to investments in hay and fodder production for local consumption and export. By scaling our processing and export facilities, we will create jobs and position Benue as a key player in regional and global markets. Benue State is ready to embrace precision agriculture to enhance efficiency, sustainability, and productivity in our agricultural sector. By adopting data-driven techniques like satellite monitoring, soil health analysis, and smart irrigation, we can empower our farmers to make informed decisions, conserve resources, and optimize yields. Precision agriculture aligns with our vision to modernize farming, attract investment to Benue, and secure Benue's role as Africa's agricultural hub. We welcome investors and technology partners who are eager to bring innovative solutions that will help us achieve this goal. Positioning Benue as a leader in sustainable, high-tech farming for the benefit of our people and the economy. We recognize that our journey is not without obstacles. Inadequate infrastructure, limited financing for smallholder farmers, and post-harvest losses remain pressing issues that confront us in this space. We welcome investments in mechanization, value addition, and developing essential storage and address these challenges. This comprehensive approach will unlock Benue's full potential and address critical points of failure in our agricultural supply chain. One of our flagship initiatives includes establishing integrated agricultural industrial parks in each of our 23 local governments in the state. These parks will empower local communities, standardize agro-processing, packaging, and distribution of agricultural products. They will also create a thriving ecosystem of agribusinesses. Through these agricultural parks, we will aim to enhance productivity, boost local industries, and generate sustainable economic growth that will benefit all. To ensure that Benue's nutritious and high-quality food reaches the table of every Nigerian family at affordable prices, we will establish Benue farm markets in major metropolitan states of our nation. These markets will feature state-of-the-art storage facilities, including cold and dry storage, to preserve the freshness of our produce and reduce waste. To realize our vision for Benue as Africa's premier agricultural hub, we are fostering public-private partnerships and private investments to drive growth across the entire agricultural value chain. To streamline this process, we have established the Benue Investment Promotion Agency, BENIPA, as a dedicated one-stop shop for investment facilitation, supporting greenfield projects, public-private partnerships, commercialization and privatization of state assets. We are making Benue a leader in the ease of doing business and a preferred destination for agricultural investment in Africa. When you think agriculture, the natural thing would be to think Benue. Our state's transformation is well underway to guide our economic transformation, and we have established the Benue State Economic Advisory Council, comprising of some of Nigeria's finest brains in a lot of professions, and some of these people include, but not limited to, Professor Pat Utomi, Professor Kingsley Mogalu, etc. This council will provide strategic insight into our policies, ensuring sound economic governance and sustainable growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is our vision for Benue, to make our state the hub of agriculture in Africa. Benue is ready to lead this transformation, but we cannot do it alone. I extend an open invitation to governments, businesses, investors, development organizations to join us in this historic journey. Together, we can transform Africa's agricultural landscape and in doing so, secure a prosperous, food-secure future generations for all. Let us seize this moment and redefine Africa's future. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
A round of applause, please, for Dr. Ode, representing His Excellency Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia, the Executive Governor of Benue State. Please, let's keep a round of applause. Let's keep our hands clapping. Thank you. So if you came here today thinking that Benue State was the food basket of the nation, I believe following that wonderful speech, you will leave here today understanding that Benue is the agricultural hub of Africa, ready to feed the world. A round of applause, please, for the delegation from Benue State. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look out in this room, forgive me, I'm going to say something a little controversial. I don't see many Gen Zs. If you're a Gen Z, please just, Gen Z, there's a person claiming to be Gen Z there. Okay, so the people that are actual Gen Zs, not claiming to be Gen Z. Okay, so this is going to make my next challenge even more exciting. If this room was full of Gen Zs, and I asked you to do what I'm about to ask you to do, we'll just do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, would have hit it. So I'm going to throw down a challenge. You know, these days, if it's not on social media, it didn't really happen. Do we agree? If it's your birthday and you haven't posted reels, it's not your birthday. So, we are all here, and we know that the Agriculture Summit Africa is happening, and it is delivering impact. So now we want to shake the digital world. We want to get onto social media. So I'm going to invite all of you to use the hashtag ASA2024 to post on social media, whichever platform you are on. I see a lot of Facebook in the room, but like I said, I will not say much. But if you're on X, if you're on Instagram, Facebook, whichever platform it is, let's show the digital world that we are here. The invite also goes to our online audience, so please share your thoughts, your insights, your learnings, and let's really change the face of agriculture in Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you, big clap. Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. We're going to have some food, nourish ourselves with the very thing that brings us together. We're going to have about 25 minutes where two things are going to happen. We're going to have a tea break. We will exit the room and the entrance where you came in from at the center at the back to the tea break. To my far right, we also have an exhibition hall full of organizations and companies ready to introduce you to their wares. So I invite you to take the next 25 minutes to get some sustenance and to walk through the exhibition halls. And we look forward to seeing you back to continue this event. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and
The climate of banking is shifting, stirring up fresh innovations. Yet in this crowded kitchen of finance, Sterling remains a Michelin star chef, serving a feast of innovations. From the revolutionary alt bank, the non-interest bank with groundbreaking initiatives, to the community-driven Cafe One, a unique blend of coffee shop, co-working space, and banking on the go. Sterling proves that finance doesn't mean boring. The heart pumps vitality into crucial industries, while Waste Bank turns trash into treasure. Africa Social Impact Summit, ASIS, co-convened with the United Nations, unites stakeholders to tackle Africa's development issues. Always agile, Sterling was ahead of the curve on remote work, implementing it pre-COVID. When lockdown hit, it was a smooth transition. 5 consecutive years certified as a great place to work, and 3 consecutive years as the #1 best place to work in Nigeria. That's not just success, that's domination. With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary, a domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete globally in the age of digitization. But this is only just the beginning. One thing is clear for sure. At Sterling, innovation is served fresh. Visit www.sterling.ng to learn more.
Located in the arable land of north-central Nigeria, Benue is an agrarian state with an estimated population of over 7 million people. Created in 1976, Benue has a massive landmass of over 34,000 square kilometers, with a rich cultural heritage and agriculture as the mainstay of its economy, engaging over 75% of the state's workforce. Known for its unique and outstanding farm produce, the food basket of the nation is prominent for fruits, grains, tubers, and vegetables. Prominent among the fruits are oranges, mangoes, pineapples, watermelons, and bananas. Grains like rice, beans, maize, guinea corn, sorghum, and soya beans are in abundance in the Benue Valley. One of the most outstanding features of the state that is unequaled by any is its massive production of tubers such as yams, sweet potatoes, cassava, and water yams. It is worthy of note that the Zaki Biam yam market is the largest of its kind worldwide. Benue is also blessed with River Benue, the second largest in Nigeria, and rivers Buruku and Katsinala and other tributaries, which provide adequate water for irrigation with a great potency for dry season farming. Benue also has a dedicated piece of land located in Beragbum, spanning over 28,000 hectares and 7 square kilometers of dams to support all year-round farming. Benue State is indeed the food basket of the nation. And with our amiable governor, Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Umemelia in the driver's seat, armed with his agricultural programs and policies, Benue is sure to feed the world.
Get debited for a living? Switch to Alt Bank today and let's empower your financial goals. Also enjoy up to 500,000 Naira interest-free financing, earn referral bonuses, receive free debit cards, and much more. Guy, calm down. That was your interest-free cash advance. Download Alt Bank today to live different.
Africa's agricultural landscape is transforming, and at Arziki Noma, we are proud to lead this change. Our vision is to unlock the potentials of agriculture by equipping smallholder farmers across Nigeria and Africa with the tools they need to thrive. We offer input financing, training, extension services, and access to market and technology. With our targets set to support over 1 million smallholder farmers, we are a step closer as our reach spans over 400,000 farmers and counting across Nigeria in states like Kaduna, Kano, Nasarawa, Taraba, Plateau, and Bauchi, and in Kenya covering over 656,000 hectares. Together, we cultivate vital grains like maize, soybeans, paddy rice, millet, sorghum, and cowpea, strengthening food security and sustainable livelihoods across Africa. Arziki Noma, the wealth of agriculture.
We know the problem. We know the solution, so what do we do? That's where the Made by Nigerians initiative, MBN, comes in. We're not just promoting products, we're building a movement, a community around our local brands. MBN is a movement that says Nigeria made means quality, innovation, and pride. MBN harnesses the power of collective action to strengthen the Naira and enhance our national economy. We're campaigning through strategic partnerships with local businesses, community engagement programs, and nationwide awareness campaigns to highlight the value and potential of products made by Nigerians. By promoting a sense of pride in Nigerian-made goods, and demonstrating their quality on international platforms. We're not just promoting products, we are elevating the Nigerian brand. So the concept of MBN ambassadors is central to our campaign. We work with organizations and individuals to promote the vision of the MBN initiative. I'm also using this opportunity to invite organizations, businesses, entrepreneurs, and citizens who want to see a better Nigeria to join us. Become a voice for Nigeria and inspire others by communicating the essence of our rich heritage and entrepreneurial spirit. To renew public confidence in Nigeria's local content, our strategies are threefold. First, we work with relevant stakeholders to ensure quality and consistency in local products, which is fundamental. Second, we celebrate local successes through media stories, showcasing the global standards our products and services are meeting. And third, we are building a community around our local brands, promoting customer loyalty and a buy Nigerian culture that's based on pride and not just patriotism. Our KPIs are focused on measurable economic impacts, growth in the number of local businesses and entrepreneurs, the percentage increase in the domestic sales of Nigerian-made products, the volume of exports of locally made goods, and job creation statistics. We also measured the engagement level in our educational programs and the success rate of businesses that have benefited from our capacity building initiatives. These indicators will help us understand and quantify how the MBN initiative is directly contributing to the broader Nigerian economy. Visit mbn.ng to discover how you can be a part of this change.
My name is Chief Mrs. Olabisi Medroye. I'm a businesswoman. I deal with plastic in wholesale. My name is Mrs. Shodainde Oluwakemi. I'm a trader. The way Stanley Bank introduced one woman saver to me, I really appreciate it and I like it. They encourage women to save and to help them in their business. But when you are saving, you know you are keeping some money. When the money due, at least before the money due, you may have some bulk market, like wholesale market to buy. You will depend on that money. Most of these people, when you are saving with them, you have to save at least for some months before you can get your money. Because some of them, they will come to us and collect money. But this particular one, you know the specific time you will collect your money and you will get it in bulk. The biggest challenge we have is you cannot get loans from the bank easily. They will ask you to go and bring this, go and bring that. Even before you get all those things, you might have failed what you want to use the money for. I achieve my financial goal through them because they normally come for the money every day. That if the money is okay a bit, they can loan me more so that my market will improve. It's as if they force me to save my money and I'm saving it every day. And at the end of the day, I collect my money in bulk. Easily, I make use of it and I'm so happy about it. Our market has season. There will be a season where you have to stock. So I make my plan towards that time by saving. Because I know that the money is my own. When I need markets, at any time, I can walk in and collect my money to purchase my business. When you are doing this type of business and you are blessed to have financial support, you will be proud to do it. Proudness achievement is that I can stand on my own. So my co-women, I will advise to be sincere with whatever they are doing. They should not rely on their husband. The woman should have time for her own so that she will have something doing because nobody knows tomorrow. And moreover, when you have money to take care of your children, tomorrow you are going to enjoy those children. One woman saver is the saving that will improve woman to do whatever she wants to do. Because this program, the way I believe it and what I was told, right, there will be like hospital program among it. In health challenges, Stanley Bank will also help, whereby you can choose any hospital you like. Financially, you are backed by Stanley Bank. And your business too, they are ready to support you. They will not put everything on your shoulder. I know they really have the interest of a women. I like dealing with Stanley Bank. They are the best bank I know. Maybe the director of Stanley Bank is a woman. Maybe that is why she's now trying to favor women better than men.
Africa's story is one of unwavering resilience, a spirit that endures, a land teeming with life, rising from adversity where hope remains a constant ember. In every heartbeat of this vast continent, there lies a promise of greatness, innovation, and transformation. Across Africa, dreams of empowered communities fill the air. Fertile fields stretch towards horizons brimming with possibility. The future beckons with universal health access, education that unlocks potential, equality for all, and an unwavering commitment to food security and climate action. At Sterling One Foundation, we nurture these dreams through the strength of partnership, turning aspirations into reality. Be part of this transformative journey. Help write Africa's next chapter. Visit onefoundation.ng to explore partnership opportunities and create lasting impact together.
The climate of banking is shifting, stirring up fresh innovations. Yet in this crowded kitchen of finance, Sterling remains a Michelin star chef, serving a feast of innovations. From the revolutionary alt bank, the non-interest bank with groundbreaking initiatives, to the community-driven Cafe One, a unique blend of coffee shop, co-working space, and banking on the go. Sterling proves that finance doesn't mean boring. The heart pumps vitality into crucial industries, while Waste Bank turns trash into treasure. Africa Social Impact Summit, ASIS, co-convened with the United Nations, unites stakeholders to tackle Africa's development issues. Always agile, Sterling was ahead of the curve on remote work, implementing it pre-COVID. When lockdown hit, it was a smooth transition. 5 consecutive years certified as a great place to work and 3 consecutive years as the #1 best place to work in Nigeria. That's not just success, that's domination. With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary, a domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete globally in the age of digitization. But this is only just the beginning. One thing is clear for sure. At Sterling, innovation is served fresh. Visit www.sterling.ng to learn more. The climate of banking is shifting, stirring up fresh innovations. Yet in this crowded kitchen of finance, Sterling remains a Michelin star chef, serving a feast of innovations. From the revolutionary alt bank, the non-interest bank with groundbreaking initiatives, to the community-driven Cafe One, a unique blend of coffee shop, co-working space, and banking on the go. Sterling proves that finance doesn't mean boring. The heart pumps vitality into crucial industries, while Waste Bank turns trash into treasure. Africa Social Impact Summit, ASIS, co-convened with the United Nations, unites stakeholders to tackle Africa's development issues. Always agile, Sterling was ahead of the curve on remote work, implementing it pre-COVID. When lockdown hit, it was a smooth transition. 5 consecutive years certified as a great place to work and 3 consecutive years as the #1 best place to work in Nigeria. That's not just success, that's domination. With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary, a domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete globally in the age of digitization. But this is only just the beginning. One thing is clear for sure. At Sterling, innovation is served fresh. Visit www.sterling.ng to learn more.
Get debited for a living? Switch to Alt Bank today and let's empower your financial goals. Also enjoy up to 500,000 Naira interest-free financing, earn referral bonuses, receive free debit cards, and much more. Guy, calm down. That was your interest-free cash advance. Download Alt Bank today to live different.
Africa's agricultural landscape is transforming, and at Arziki Noma, we are proud to lead this change. Our vision is to unlock the potentials of agriculture by equipping smallholder farmers across Nigeria and Africa with the tools they need to thrive. We offer input financing, training, extension services, and access to market and technology. With our targets set to support over 1 million smallholder farmers, we are a step closer as our reach spans over 400,000 farmers and counting across Nigeria in states like Kaduna, Kano, Nasarawa, Taraba, Plateau, and Bauchi, and in Kenya covering over 656,000 hectares. Together, we cultivate vital grains like maize, soybeans, paddy rice, millet, sorghum, and cowpea, strengthening food security and sustainable livelihoods across Africa. Arziki Noma, the wealth of agriculture.
In my house, I have a 4 kVA solar inverter which powers 2 smart TVs, 20 LED bulbs, 1 double-door fridge, 5 standing fans, 4 laptops, and 1 printer. My experience has been fantastic. Just imagine going downstairs at 1 a.m. to go pull the generator. I can't even remember the last time I went downstairs to put on the generator. I normally would spend 60,000 naira monthly fueling my generator. When I think of how much I've been able to save buying my solar power solution, I've been able to save up to 75 to 80% of the cost. Now I have 24/7 power supply. Honestly, what more do I need?
We know the problem, we know the solution, so what do? That's where the Made by Nigerians initiative, MBN, comes in. We're not just promoting products, we're building a movement, a community around our local brands. MBN is a movement that says Nigeria made means quality, innovation, and pride. MBN harnesses the power of collective action to strengthen the Naira and enhance our national economy. We're campaigning through strategic partnerships with local businesses, community engagement programs, and nationwide awareness campaigns to highlight the value and potential of products made by Nigerians. By promoting a sense of pride in Nigerian-made goods, and demonstrating their quality on international platforms. We're not just promoting products, we are elevating the Nigerian brand. So the concept of MBN ambassadors is central to our campaign. We work with organizations and individuals to promote the vision of the MBN initiative. I'm also using this opportunity to invite organizations, businesses, entrepreneurs, and citizens who want to see a better Nigeria to join us. Become a voice for Nigeria and inspire others by communicating the essence of our rich heritage and entrepreneurial spirit. To renew public confidence in Nigeria's local content, our strategies are threefold. First, we work with relevant stakeholders to ensure quality and consistency in local products, which is fundamental. Second, we celebrate local successes through media stories, showcasing the global standards our products and services are meeting. And third, we are building a community around our local brands, promoting customer loyalty and a buy Nigerian culture that's based on pride and not just patriotism. Our KPIs are focused on measurable economic impacts, growth in the number of local businesses and entrepreneurs, the percentage increase in the domestic sales of Nigerian-made products, the volume of exports of locally made goods, and job creation statistics. We also measure the engagement level in our educational programs and the success rate of businesses that have benefited from our capacity building initiatives. These indicators will help us understand and quantify how the MBN initiative is directly contributing to the broader Nigerian economy. Visit mbn.ng to discover how you can be a part of this change.
Once upon a time, on the rich, vibrant lands of Africa, the struggle against scarcity echoed through fields and communities. But today, we stand on the cusp of transformation, a journey from hardship to abundance. Innovators, farmers, and leaders are uniting to rewrite this story, harnessing the strength of collaboration and the wisdom of generations. Together, we will explore how to turn challenges into opportunities using cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices to cultivate not just crops, but hope. From drought to harvest, from uncertainty to security, we are here to chart a bold new course. So let us embark on this inspiring journey together. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Agriculture Summit Africa 2024.
Beginning. My name is Uti Elu, and I am delighted, excited to welcome you back from our tea break as we continue the Agric Summit Africa 2024. As we settle down, I hope everyone had something to eat, something to drink. More importantly, how many people have posted? There was a social media assignment that was issued before we went and took our break. Can I see wave of hands who has posted? Thank you, ma'am. 2, thank you. 3, the honorable Gen Zs, let's clap for them. Thank you. We need more people posting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a digital extension to this event today. Welcome back to our online audience. Thank you for staying with us. We hope that you're having a wonderful experience, and we hope you also got something to eat and drink virtually. So as we move on, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the next item on the agenda, which is titled Setting the Context. For the next 20 minutes, the MD and CEO of Sterling Bank, Abubakar Suleiman, will come back up on stage to set the context of the next panel discussion that will focus on harmonizing policies. But I won't say too much about that panel discussion just yet. I will let him come up and set the context. I'm not going to read his profile again, but I will say that Abu has a heart for all things Nigeria. And in that heart, if you've been paying attention, the heart of Sterling is agriculture right at the center. So to keep the conversation going, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and warmly welcome Abubakar Suleiman to the stage. We can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep clapping. Let's encourage him. Thank you.
It's usually after lunch that we struggle this much, so I don't know what we've eaten. So I have to find a way to make everybody come back into the room, including those who are seated but are not yet here. So please, let's all give ourselves a round of applause if we are truly in this room. Let me see evidence that the room is full. This is the largest crowd that we've seen at this summit, so let's see that you are all present. Thank you very much. I have been asked to set the context for the conversation, not just the next conversation. I believe with this opportunity, I should set the context for what we take out of this summit. We have spoken a lot about Africa, and this summit is not a Nigeria summit. A lot of people from other African countries that are here, both as speakers and as participants. So we need to have a conversation that sees Africa as one economic zone, as one agricultural zone, as one market. To do that successfully, we must first emphasize the value that we can extract from harmonizing policies. That the value of a product, to a large extent, can be determined by the policies under which it is produced. Because policies determine standard, policies determine efficiency, it determines recognition, it determines how other people respond to your output. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, there are well over 50 different jurisdictions that are currently writing agri policy as we speak. If this is done badly, it will first and foremost make every single country within the African market less competitive within Africa. And all the work we've done within the Continental Free Trade Zone becomes a waste of time. But when we do it right, when we find a way to enable the government of all the countries in Africa to write policies that are consistent, what we accomplish is the power of a single large market. A market where any product that comes out of Africa receives exactly the same consideration, is deemed to be of the same standard, and therefore can command the same economic value. So this conversation about policy, more than anything else, is about value extraction. Our ability to extract and retain value from our production depends on how consistent we are in the output that comes out. We also hope that as we live here, we go beyond giving a list of policies to government, because every summit ends up with a list of recommendations. What we hope for is for us to find the anchor point around which we, the operators, will advocate, not today, not tomorrow, but throughout the year. Let's agree on the basic principles around which we will continue to put government under pressure so that the right policies are the ones that are pursued and seen through to the end. So as I call on the panelists to come to prepare themselves for this conversation, I ask that as much as you can, let us focus on the role that those who are in this room can play, so that the output of your conversations become the input around which we will go back and we'll all work hard to make sure that there is success, not just speaking, but output from the work we do. I thank you very much, and I hope that the result of this year's summit will be as good as the number of people. We are overwhelmed with people trying to get into the room for this conversation. It shows that clearly we're doing something right. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please, for Abu Suleiman. Thank you very much. Looks like we're almost back to full capacity in the room. So welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. Now we're going to be acknowledging some of the sterling contingent within the room. We can all agree that Sterling Bank deserves a round of applause for committing to supporting the agricultural sector. Can we have a round of applause, please? Besides our MD, Abu, we have the Divisional Head, Investment Banking, Dele Fashemo. A round of applause for him, please. We have Dr. Olushola Obikonye, the Group Head, Agric Finance and Solid Minerals. A round of applause for him, please. We have Olutoye Ambekemo, the Chief Risk Officer. A round of applause for him, please. Olukayode Oyegbangboshe, Group Head, Credit Risk Management. A round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can make the clapping a little more energizing. Thank you. Darlington Wankwo, Regional Business Executive. Round of applause, please. Kashe Tolulokwe Lawal, Group Head, FMCG. And let's clap, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let's make them feel welcome. And Chuks Agauno, Head, Trade Finance. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you once again, Sterling Bank. As we move into the next part of the agenda, I'd like to ask, the very first time Abu spoke, he talked about networking and collaboration. So, in that spirit, I want to throw out a test. How many people here are sitting with someone they didn't come to the summit with? Can I see a show of hands? The person to your left and right, we don't know them. Excellent. So for the people that don't know each other, have you met? Have you introduced? Okay, I have one person here. I saw a few hands over there. Excellent. I ask because, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want us to miss out on the opportunity to collaborate, on the opportunity to be able to network and get the best, not just out of the few hours that we'll spend in this room over the next 2 days, but in building relationships that will go way beyond ASA 2024. So I encourage you to do a lot more talking, say hi. A smile goes such a long way, don't you think? So please, let's continue to do that. Thank you so much. As we move into the next agenda item, which I think is one of the most important, we have our first panel discussion of ASA 2024. This panel promises to be enlightening. It promises to be insightful. The panelists have taken out time to talk about and understand the topic so they can share with you and give you insights into how we can achieve true progress. This first panel is titled, Harmonizing Agricultural Policies for Sustainable Food Security and Conflict Resolution. To moderate this panel, we have an astute and experienced individual. She is the country director of PropCom Plus, and her name is Dr. Odia Ode. A round of applause for Dr. Ode, please. Please welcome her to the stage. Let's support her as she comes up. Let's keep clapping, please. Welcome. So Dr. Ode will be introducing her panelists, but while she takes her seat, and we invite all the other panelists to please prepare to make their way up on stage. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, this is a little technological hiccup. So introducing Dr. Odia Ode, the Country Director, PropCom Plus. The technology is really against me today. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Not to delay, I think I should hand over to Dr. Ode to introduce her panelists.
Yeah? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I seek your indulgence to stand on existing protocols? I'd like to invite the panelists to the stage, starting with Dr. Ayola Oduntong. Could you join us, please? Group Managing Director of Amo Farm Hatchery Limited. Dr. Ayola was a long-term president of the Poultry Association of Nigeria, currently president of the Feed Industry Practitioners Association of Nigeria. I'd like to follow by inviting Dr. Winifred Lai-Sholarin to the stage, please. Winifred is my twin sister. Director, Animal Husbandry at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Winifred is a fellow of every organization that exists in animal science. Fellow distinguished animal scientist, fellow Nigeria Institute of Animal College of Animal Scientists, Animal Science Association of Nigeria, and also the international communication you joined this panel. I'd like to invite Dr. Kabir Yusuf, seasoned professional and national project. We're happy Dr. Kabir is here to share practical experience from the field. Former technical advisor on energy and emissions at to the Minister of Environment, holds a PhD in natural resource law from Nasarawa State University. I'd like to also, with pleasure, introduce Dr. Abisola Olusonya, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Lagos State. Abisola has long experience from the private sector and now in the public sector. She has initiated many public-private initiatives, and so we're glad to have you join this panel. I have the honor to also invite Mr. Tehemen Benkan to the panel. Mr. Tehemen, please join us.
Let's support him as he comes up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. As our final...
Mr. Penka is the Executive Secretary, Benue Investment Promotion Agency, fellow Institute of Management Consultants, and certified project management professional. We're happy to have you join this panel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into the panel, we will be taking questions and answers after the panelists are done with their conversation. So please do note your questions, and the mics will be passed around once the panelists are done. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conversation.
Okay, thank you. I'll be making introductory remarks, and then I will pass to my panelists to make initial remarks. We will do 2 rounds, and then we'll take questions from the audience. So if you have questions, please note them down. We'll have sufficient time at the end of the session for those questions. The MD, Sterling Bank, I'd like to crave your indulgence because we're using the benefit of being the moderator to depart from some of your here earlier. So together with my panelists, we consider that this is a very critical time for Nigeria. We thank Sterling Bank for organizing this conference at this time. There are issues around food insecurity, and a lot of those issues relate to policy. So seeing Nigeria as such a big country, big market, with the threats that are facing it from food insecurity, we thought that we would focus on Nigeria. Discussions on policy harmonization would be national, subnational, and local level. So if you don't hear us saying a lot about Africa, that's why. We hope that we would provide technical recommendations. We would also share in the experience of the panelists. I know our moderator, our MC, has talked about Gen Zs, and what I'm going to say next will betray me that I'm not Gen Z. So for those of us who remember Operation Feed the Nation and Green Revolution, is there anyone in this room who remembers those? A few hands. Okay, thank God I'm not alone. Thank you. So not since those times have we had a government that is so focused on agriculture. Since this administration started last year, we've had so many policy pronouncements. We've had food security emergency, state of emergency declared on food security. We've had so many initiatives aimed at addressing the food crisis currently ongoing. But we've also had serious challenges in the space that have threatened those policies. And those challenges include fiscal challenges, monetary challenges, and challenges in the economy generally, but also challenges from conflict and insecurity in the space. And so this subject this afternoon is very topical because while we have challenges and we have policies, the challenges persist. Why? Why are we not seeing a solution? The Kader Harmonise predicted, rightly so, that over 32 million Nigerians were facing food insecurity crisis. That was in August. 32 million is almost the population of Ghana, more than the population of Australia. So this is really a red flag, and it's something that we should all be on our feet struggling to address. So I'm going to ask a few questions of my panelists, and I hope that they will discuss what we can do to assure that our policies are achieving the right objectives, and that we are working together as a country, as a federation, to address the issues that are militating against agricultural development. Most of the country resides in the rural areas. We spoke earlier about urbanization, the rural-urban drift, but we also have the urban poor. That's an increasingly big portion of the urban society. So this is something that we really have to do something about now. So I'm going to start, rightly so, with the Director Animal Husbandry, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Winnie. what factors most critically, in your experience, hinder effective policy harmonization in agriculture, nationally, subnationally, and at the local level? The local government is very important now with the recent local government autonomy. More of that decision-making and implementation will now lie at the local government area. So what are the factors that hinder effective policy harmonization? Do you want to use the other one?
Thank you very much. I think if I speak like this, you can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that question. The same challenges that I will try to discuss are also the same challenges while it's difficult to have harmonization of policies at even the African level. We know that agriculture is on concurrent list in Nigeria, and we have different, sometimes different, most times different parties in adjudicating in different states. So the very first thing that hinders this harmonization is the fact that Agric is on concurrent list, which means that every state will strive to achieve food security, food and nutrition security at their levels. And because we don't all belong to the same political party at state level, sometimes there's deliberate effort to go against what the national is doing. That's one big challenge that we have. The other one is you might have this policy at national level that says we need to grow more food, and to grow more food, we need to expand the hectareage that we have. And we might put some figures to that hectareage, but insecurity will not allow some people to be able to do that. So sometimes insecurity issues also hinder this harmonization of policies. The other one is that we are all at various levels of in the realities that we find ourselves at national, subnational, that is state and local government. And so sometimes when we look at policy, I'll look at the livestock policy, for instance, and take the dairy policy. If we have a national policy like we do in dairy, we are all at different levels, at the state level, at local government level, and the national can have a policy that will not speak to the reality of the other states. So we have these challenges that hinder these policies. However, there is something that we can do, and that is what is done even in the European Union, and that is harmonizing regulations and harmonizing standards. Policies, as you know, are more flexible than regulations. So it's difficult to harmonize policies, but you can harmonize your regulations that are more detailed, that are enforceable, and cause people to go and enforce those regulations for people to get into market space. That is very, very interesting for a lot of states and local governments because we are talking about money. So for me, the challenges that we have that will impede harmonization of policy is natural, is there, and that's why it's difficult to harmonize policies. But regulations are better, easier to do because they are more detailed and they are enforceable and they are a bit rigid. So why you allow policies that are flexible to allow states and even countries to have their policies that are more flexible and in line with their realities, you can harmonize regulations that are more rigid, that are more detailed, and that can increase their market space and increase the the economies of those countries, of states, of local governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie. I think I'll go next to Mr. Tehemen. Winnie, in her submission, talked about a focus on harmonizing regulations and standards. And she mentioned the fact of agriculture being on the concurrent list as one of the challenges of harmonizing policies. Can we have your take on this from the subnational level?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. That's a great question. The fact that agriculture is in the concurrent list makes puts the charge on every state in the country to attempt to feed its people and then feed the nation. In the case of Benue State, we're actually looking bigger than this, feeding just the state, but then the nation. Now, the challenge of harmonizing policies is very real, and I'm excited about the fact that we brought that discussion to the table at this summit. Some of the things, we're still running a central system in Nigeria, not so much federated as a lot of us would aspire for. So it means that states are hindered, even though agriculture is on the concurrent list, by certain things that are done at the national level. I take, for instance, some of the iterations the federal government has gone through with the livestock policies, whether they called it the RUGA, they called it the Livestock Transformation Program. You know, it was continuous iteration to try to meet the aspirations or the agitations of the states. I'm not so much sure that we're there yet, but recently, just recently, the president made a pronouncement, which I think was a business case, about the gaps that exist in protein deficiency in Nigeria. And then the need for us as a people to rise up and develop the livestock value chain and provide food on the table to balance our nutrition in the country as a people. So I saw that passionate appeal from the president as a father, not necessarily addressing the dichotomies that exist in, you know, the gaps that exist in communication lines between the national government and then the state governments in an attempt to harmonize, you know, the sort of policies that exist around there. It's also interesting that in the same livestock sector, the president has been bold enough to set up the livestock transformation program. There is now a committee that is headed by a very high-powered membership that is articulating new policies. And I like the fact you mentioned flexibility. This committee is now looking at balancing the act in the conversation between the fact that there are some believers in the country that herding has to be done by way of ranching, straightforward, no cutting corners around that. But then there is, of course, we cannot negate the fact that there's another segment of the society that feels that there should be a balance and there should still free ranging of you know, our livestock. So it remains to be seen how, again, that sort of flexibility can now be adopted by the states, you know, by leaning towards what works best for such a state, to be able to optimize what exists in that sector. And then I can give you an example of what is, you know, from the governor's speech. The government of Benue State is already thinking about leveraging those pronouncements of the president, and then the policy articulations of this livestock transformation program that have been made by the high-powered committee to say, we're marking land to go ahead and do a livestock development program. It's interesting to see that, yes, the government is drawing inspiration from the policy pronouncements. The state government, in this case, is drawing inspiration from the policy pronouncements of the federal government. In the days coming from now, if we're going to commercialize agriculture, a lot more of those sort of scenarios need to be seen at the table for discussion. And I digress a little bit to go into one of the challenges that's on my mind that hinders policy harmonization: the absence of foundational data to allow us to, as basic as capture our population, enumerate our people, where they live, work, and dwell, so that intervention programs in agriculture can reach them, effectively and efficiently, is a huge hindrance. And again, why would states bother about this? Because data development is exclusive to the federal government. The federal government runs NIN, runs the Population Commission, warehouses the data that is supposed to be coming from there, and the states do not pretty much have access, ease of access to this sort of data, to call up this sort of data. I'm not even sure yet we have data that is credible enough for us to be able to draw from and then impress on banks like Sterling Bank or development banks like World Bank to say, this are the business cases that we have to be able to deal with. So that in itself is a big challenge. And I think there has to be a lot more advocacy to drive the conversation around policy formulation, even at the national level, in the realm of agriculture, to ask the policy conceivers or developers to think about the diverse cultural makeup of the state and not necessarily insist that one stone has to kill everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tehemen. Not one size fits all.
Yeah.
Finding space within our diversity to work towards a common objective. Dr. Kabir, I think that comes nicely to implementing the SAPZ, which is a national program, but is being implemented in states. How do you deal with that diversity between states? And how do you manage the multi-sectorality of the SAP to achieve the objective? Mr. Tehemen talked about finding space. He gave the example of the livestock transformation program, and finding space within that to still address or observe the peculiarities in each state. So what's been your experience, and how do you think we can manage that?
Thank you very much. So I think our model for the SAPZ really helps us navigate this terrain very nicely. A specific model is to look at states and crops of comparative and competitive advantage in those states and support those states in boosting production and also leveraging on existing agro-industrialists to ensure that there's zero post-harvest loss, which is whatever we produce, we process to finished goods. So now coming back to the issue of agriculture being in the concurrent list and policies, how do we harmonize policies in this space? If you ask me from our experience, I think we're looking at it very, very differently. And that is why we're where we are in terms of agriculture, vis-a-vis the model that SAPZ brings on board. We look at agriculture as a way of life. We look at agriculture for just to feed our people, but it is absolutely wrong. That is not the right narrative. Now, agriculture should be looked at as a profit-making business, not a way of life. We have countries like the Netherlands that is 22 times smaller than Nigeria and makes 124 billion euros annually. They have less arable land, high cost of living, and they still make more than we can ever imagine, more than we get out of the oil and gas. So until we begin to look at agriculture as a profit-making business, then we will be where we are. So yes, it is on the concurrent list. But within the space of the SAPZ, we look at it as government-enabled, private sector-led. Government provides the catalytic infrastructure, and then private sector leads the space. Now, when private sector leads the space, there's no issue or conflict with regards to harmonization, whether it's on the concurrent list, the national and the subnational doing different things. No. As government, national and subnational, we provide the ecosystem, the enabling ecosystem, and we let the private sector continue. And this brings me to a point that makes me really happy that it is the private sector that is convening this meeting, Sterling Bank. One of the major issues to promote agriculture, the lack of access to finance. Of course, you don't blame the private sector because of the risk involved. As a SAPZ is what we try to do, to ensure that we de-risk the ecosystem and we reduce transaction cost. But we really, really need the private sector to come on board with the understanding that this is truly a profit-making business. Now, looking at the forex situation of this country, if it betters, it benefits more the financial sector. Now, I think someone mentioned, which is really right, we spent about $10 billion US, I think between 2023 to 2024 importing agricultural commodities. Now imagine if we have SAPZs across the 36 states and whatever we produce, we process to finished goods. This means that we would definitely, if not 100%, reduce the application of import for agricultural commodities to about 80%. That means we have reduced our capital flight, our forex flight. So we domesticate that scarce forex in country. So that not only helps government, but helps the private sector to thrive. So if you ask me, I think it's even advantageous that agriculture is in the concurrent list, that everybody can practice agriculture. But with regards to policy, we need to start looking at agriculture as private sector led. For government, we cannot practice agriculture. Now, at the federal, we don't own any land. States own land. When you go to states, there are a lot of conflicts with regards to land tenures, which is what brings this farmers and herders crisis. There are also a lot of crisis with regards to deployment of technology to map your lands. We have a lot of investors outside the country, they request for hectares of land, but hardly do states come out to tell you, we have X amount of farmers, we have X amount of land that is well secured. So of course, deployment of technology is key, but also for government to realize that policies are just meant to provide that enabling ecosystem. And I think at the Ministry of Agriculture, we've really done good on that, to try to just push even the state governments to just provide the enabling infrastructure. And that is why the ministry established the SAPZ. Thank you.
Dr. Duto, I can't resist the temptation to bring you in here because Gabriel talked about private sector led. Do you feel that the private sector has played a sufficient role in the policy space? And how can that role be strengthened? And what has been your experience of engaging with government within the policy space? Given that we see Kabir said it's government-enabled, private sector-led, is that your experience? And to what extent can the private sector drive harmonization or influence harmonization?
Thank you very much, Dr. Dia. Permit me to represent the long-suffering farmers and manufacturers in the agric value space. I seem to be the representative here. But before I go in that direction, I first of all have to say it's not been all doom and gloom In the 90s, when I started in my career in poultry, the average farmer in Nigeria was doing 190 to 200 eggs per cycle. And a broiler needed 8 weeks to be able to attain 2 kg. Right now, there are farmers in this country that are doing 280 eggs, maybe even 300 per cycle, and it takes 35 days to get to 2 kg now. The same for maize. In those days, the numbers are a third or a quarter of what they are now. There are farmers that are reporting 4 to 5 kg per hectare on a consistent basis. And soybeans has gone from half a kilo to nearly 1 kilo to reported cases of 2.5 kg. So we have made some progress. We have also made progress in population growth. So where we were talking about 150, 180, 100 and 200 million, now we're hearing about 250. So you've all been very busy, keeping that trend going. And I think if we were in a European country where populations were trending, we would still be in a bit of a difficult situation, but it would not be as critical as it is now. Now, about private sector and public, and the involvement of business. The truth about it is that the communication has been very weak. And I'll give you a recent example. The example, which is very debatable about the pros and cons of maize importation. Right now, I flew in this morning with an importer of a shipload who has not been able to get his duty rebate. And this is true for a lot of other people as well. So there is that disconnect between what is being advocated for and what is actually happening to us. I think it was Alhaji Dangote that said there's a special place in heaven for those in Nigeria. Now, there is a VIP section for farmers in that special place in heaven, because the farmers in Nigeria over the years have experienced very great challenges. I also want to point out that the special agric processing zones are a very, very laudable medium to long-term plan. Short-term, considering some of the boxes they have ticked so far. But my concern is that there are many practicing businesses right now that are dying or dead. Same for farmers. How can we immediately bring them out of the situation they're in so that the new money we're expecting to go into the SAPZs, when they ask people already in business that, how is this business? I want to invest in the SAPZ. There is somewhere they can go to and be told it's a good business, it's a viable business. But a situation where a lot of actual practitioners are having such difficulty. For instance, there are clusters of farmers, clusters of manufacturers that employ thousands of people. But they have no roads, they have no infrastructure, they're experiencing multiple taxation, they don't have access to raw material, they don't have markets for their products. And really, if we're going to be very honest with ourselves, not enough has been done to ensure that these people remain in business and grow. So I would like to say that our short-term management of agricultural development, where policy changes every time with new people in government or has to change. I believe our best bet will be to set up criteria from fora like this and thousands of others that we have had before this, and agri development programs, set up the criteria that the agenda for agriculture. And every new minister or commissioner for agri that comes in, on this resumption date gets handed that agenda and told that your performance is going to be judged based on the number of achievements on that agenda during the 4-year period. How about that? Those of us in the private sector work like this. And this is the kind of thinking and the kind of drive we would like to see from the public sector in managing what we are hoping is going to be a private-led agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayo. Thank you, Dr. Ayo. Policy discontinuities, one of the challenges for agriculture. I think we have policies that are supposed to outlive administrations. For instance, we had the National Development Plan that's supposed to outlive the administration that designed it, but we haven't done very well in staying with policies, which send signals that private sector invests in response to, but then those policies are overturned when the next administration comes in. I think this is a very important point you've made. Thank you. But I'll go to Honorable Commissioner. Not enough is being done to ensure that the private sector can remain in business. I know that you have the agro-tourism effort in Lagos State, which you've implemented in partnership with the private sector. So what are the success factors for this partnership? How have you supported the private sector, and what can others learn from Lagos State?
Thank you very much. With regards to what Dr. Oduton actually mentioned, starting from there, in terms of the policy somersault and the lack of accountability with regards to key performance indicators, or even having clearly laid down goals that must be met, is actually the norm. What we have done in Lagos State, starting off even with the Lagos State Development Plan, which is the overarching plan, and that cuts across for the next 30 years, is essentially across the different agencies, departments, and ministries within the Lagos State framework must toe the line and therefore achieve certain milestones related to specific areas within each of these MDAs. For us in the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, embedded in that, we also have our 5-year agricultural and food systems roadmap, which we have been following ardently since 2021 when it was launched. And we use this to measure ourselves to ensure that we keep to what we have promised the people, and at the same time lay down the framework for after we leave office for the others to actually take the baton from us from there. With regards to what we do with Lagos agro-tourism, the idea around it essentially is to create a playing field where everyone within the food value chain has some level of interaction. And the idea is not far-fetched from the fact that we need farmers to see the end consumers. We need consumers to see the players along the value chain. We need everyone to have a level of connection, for everyone to have the understanding that they have a role to play in getting food on the plate in the home. On average, a lot of us really don't care about where our foods come from. We just assume that the average market man or woman would have food in the market for us to purchase, and we have these foods in our homes. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of farmers are suffering, like he rightly mentioned. We know many farmers that have shut down poultry farms, aquaculture farms, crop farms, processing plants, and the numbers are rising. But till all of us as a people collectively start to harmonize our intentions around what government must do to protect these businesses, then we are really not for food security. Forums like this harmonize and bring us all together, and we hear all of the laudable initiatives. But the key still remains in the hands of the consumer, in the hands of the citizenry. Till you start to push back for these businesses to remain as viable enterprises, then we have chaos coming very soon. The cost of feed alone, like he mentioned again, because we had to do our analysis, the cost of a bag of maize or even a ton of maize last year compared to this year, the prices have risen astronomically. You must know where your chicken is coming from. Maize is an important input to that. So till you start to also push back for farmers to be supported, we will continue to have high food prices. So it brings us back to connecting everyone on a playing field around agro-tourism for that interaction to take place. And what we try to do is just to ensure that everyone comes together under an atmosphere of fun, entertainment, and most importantly, family. You have those in the furniture industry, you have those in the culinary world, you have those in the entertainment space, you have farmers, processors, producers, marketers. You have the financial sector also participating in this, and essentially everyone sees that there is a benefit to supporting one another. At the end of the day, in creating and harmonizing everyone in this space, it all boils down to show each and every player, show each and every stakeholder the benefit in it for them, and everyone will toe the line. I know how many initiatives we have done this year that has largely been supported by the private sector, and it has always been on the back of them understanding that this is what they also stand to benefit from it. So largely, a lot of people just want to see, show me what and how this plays into my future, into what I'm supposed to be doing, and a lot of people will key into it. So we'll continuously do that. At the end of the day, just create a win-win situation, but more importantly, our agro-tourism is largely, mostly run by the private sector. We facilitate, we catalyze, but we let the private sector do the running, and we have been successful at it. Thank you.
How many more minutes do we have? I'm sorry? 20. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. Just quickly. Thank you very much for that. You highlighted one fact. There's harmony across private sector, public sector, civil society, and other sectors, right? But there's also the need for harmony across sectors. Well, what do I call that now? Across the health sector, the energy sector, the environment sector, to support agricultural growth. So agriculture cannot stand alone. We need to harmonize across all these sectors. Dr. Odunto, I'm going to ask you, but if you can say just in 1 minute so that others can have a minute each to conclude. Having been an innovator in agriculture, what do you think needs to be done to ensure that the policies are supporting innovation by private sector?
20 minutes.
Just 1 minute, and then we'll pass to others for final words.
We have time.
Okay, so we still have time.
Thank you very much. I think we need to first of all start to walk the talk. I think as much as we all love to encourage and support agriculture to succeed, the willingness and the commitment to doing so leaves a lot to be desired. I am talking as a 34-year veteran in the space. I have seen the transformation from then till now, but I have also had the opportunity to go into other places, and we do not really care about agriculture the way we should. Otherwise, we would have done much more than we have done so far. And I think the time is now to make a significant turnaround on this, because the consequences, as we have seen, are lethal. I believe that if you go through the whole gamut of agriculture in this country, you would see that we are sitting on a gold mine. But like a friend of mine said, Nigeria is one of the bushiest countries in this world. And I said, what do you mean by that? And he said he has never seen so much bush in any country in his life, from the airport all the way to northern Nigeria, across left and right, there is so much bush. I believe one of the biggest contracts that should be going out of the ministry is for clearing land and preparing it for agriculture. Because very few people can invest $500,000 or whatever it costs to be able to clear 1 hectare. I think my sister here would have more current figures. And therefore, those kind of initiatives should be taken as a given. Specific targets should be set, and those fundamentals should come into play. There are quite a number of other things that are really low-hanging fruits if the right people have the right conversations to be able to move this thing forward. And as the prof said, honestly, 2026, we can make significant impact in our production.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm afraid I have to say that we need, given the need to reduce emissions and the need to complement across sectors, I would have to say clear the bushes with caution so that we don't lose our forest covers and create a different problem. But thank you for that. Yeah. Winifred, I want to ask you, given that we have international development partners working with us, I thought I didn't want to let you go without hearing from you how you think international development partners can support policy harmonization in this sector.
Thank you for this opportunity again, and you'll permit me to narrow down to livestock. That might be a guide for all of us. I will start by saying that one of the key challenges, even for development partners, working with them for over 3 decades now, is the fact that we have this inconsistency in what we do. Agric, I keep saying Agric is on concurrent list is a major challenge. And that's because while at the national level you want to play and have your policies and help the private sector, but at the state level, they have their own policies, which they have the right to do. But one thing I had said before I want to emphasize is that we need to look at our regulations and standards. so that even when development partners come to help or come to bring us some support, that they have a target that they are looking at, and they can easily say for sure that at the end of so many years we have been able to do A, B, C. So the very first thing the area I want that support will be in bringing states and the federal together to look at the policies that we currently have in the livestock sector, to look at the regulations we have in the livestock sector. And this will also mean in the agriculture space, crop agriculture. Let's look at this. Let's come together, look at this, and see how we can streamline them to make life easy for the private sector to play. I'll give you a clear example of the ECOWAS Protocol on Transhumans. I bring this clearly because that's one area that we might begin to understand what I'm saying. In this country, we have 36 states and FCT, and every state is saying something different about the livestock sector. They have provided differently for the livestock sector. They have different focus for the livestock sector. But here we are, we have the ECOWAS Protocol on Transhumans that is supposed to be what the country should domesticate to ensure that we don't have the kind of free movement that is bringing about conflict. But have we been able to domesticate the ECOWAS Protocol as a country? No. So while we have ECOWAS Protocol on transhumans, and Benin Republic can write to us and say, from this time to this time, we don't need your animals moving into Benin, keep them in Nigeria. And Niger Republic will tell us the same thing, keep your animals in your country. As a country, do we have guidelines for those movements in country? No. Every state is saying one thing or the other. So for the development partners that want to support us in this area, bring us together. Let us look at all these guidelines, the policies that we are talking about. They might not be harmonized, as we are saying, but they can be streamlined to be able to have that national outlook that we need to key into protocols, to key into international standards, to key into international regulations. Until we do that, it will be very difficult for the private sector to operate in Nigeria. Right now, I know they are struggling. In any way you look at the feed and fodder sector in the country. NAFDAC says they are doing one thing, they have their own, and they have an act to back them up. SON has an act to back them up. NIAS, Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, has an act to back it up. The veterinary profession, the animal health, Animal Disease Control Act also has something to do, all on one subsector, feed and fodder. So how will the private sector play? And this is minus the state regulations on where to go, where not to go. So we have complexities within a country called Nigeria that we need to really come together and streamline. And this is a call for the development partners. I know you will say we can do it, but you want to help, come to that space. Let's discuss. Let's streamline. Let's make it easy. Let's have a document that a private sector can pick and know where to play when it comes to livestock sector, crop agriculture, or animal agriculture. Until we get to that stage, we will just be talking. We need a streamlined document that says this is it. And that document you can hand from one regime to the other, irrespective of the policies that we have at the state level and the national. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winnie. I'm going to take a different direction and ask Mr. Tehemen, and I will confess my interest in this question because I'm from Benue State myself. So when the special advisor, I think, to the governor spoke earlier to introduce Benue State, he said a lot about Benue being the food basket of Africa. So my assumption is that agriculture will be the main base for economic development in Benue State. So can you just tell us how you are harmonizing policies to boost agriculture as a business in Benue State, and what your vision is for that? What do you desire to see? The Deputy Governor is here, and I want us to speak directly to him. How can Benue State government boost that economic base that is agriculture?
Thank you very much for that direct question. And thank you for putting me on the hot seat so that my boss can fire me. But I must assure you that that's rather a very good question, because just during the break, His Excellency told me that last week or 2 weeks ago, he had a conversation with the governor of the state, and the governor was already suggesting that the state should set up an agency for land clearing. So I am not going to be speaking to him, rather he's the one already speaking to me, that we need to get on our feet and start working to get stuff happen. Now, Benue is a food basket of a nation, but this new governor aspires that we should be the agricultural hub of Africa, because it is no longer acceptable that Africa, with all the greenery, the land, the endowments, the natural resources that we have, cannot feed itself. We're still dependent on net food imports. Not good enough. Now, the governor has decided that the state should lead the charge in that direction, leveraging its moniker as a food basket of a nation. And policies is the very first place to start from, because otherwise, without policies, you cannot attract partnerships, you cannot attract investments, you cannot even attract adoption by the citizens who are farmers. They will not adopt the new ways of doing business in the agriculture sector. So what the governor has been doing and what he's leading the state to do is the charge on making very audacious pronouncements and making, leading the way. Because he's a politician, and he makes and dusted up that study, and they are already reviewing. In my agency, what we're doing is digitizing it so that it will become readily available to everyone who needs to look at it, including our partners from outside the state. Why is that important? Why is that important? It laid the foundation for where we want to go today. For instance, 28,000 square, 28,000 hectares of land were allocated for fisheries development at Beragbum. That was a policy of government that was done because of these issues we're talking about, changing government. That has been forgotten, abandoned, but this government has gone back to archives to pick that up and say, Benue has to become a leader in fisheries development. The land is there. Some of the infrastructure work that was done is there. We're only dusting that up to now move forward with it and then open that up again to investors. I'll give you another example. There's
Sorry, if you don't mind.
Let me wrap up. Let me wrap up, please. There's 9.2 square kilometers of land that again was dedicated for livestock development. This government has gone back to the archives on policy to say we won't throw that away. We're taking that to develop it. There is also another land that was marked with infrastructure but abandoned for development of birds. This government has gone back to the archives and picked that up too. I don't think there can be a journey or a pathway to harmonization that is better than going back to history to say, because one of the problems we've had is complete negation or forgetting policies that had, previous policies that have been established. Government comes up, you call it policy somersaults, come up and start new things altogether. This government is meticulous to go back to the archives, dust up what has been done to lay the foundation for us to thrive as an agricultural state. And we are doing everything possible. We're going to do everything possible to look at all the sectors that would affect agriculture. So a multi-sectoral approach is another thing that we're going to be doing to be able to harmonize all policies that impact agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just quickly, Dr. Kabir, last word, can smallholder farmers realistically be empowered to drive Nigeria's food security and conflict resolution goals within a harmonized policy framework? 2 minutes, please.
I think the short answer to that is yes. Right?
That's 5 seconds. 1 second.
Yes. But to be fair to the smallholder farmers, they can't do that without some key variables. The first thing is ensuring that they have off-takers for their commodities, which is the main driver of post-harvest loss. You have tomato farmers producing without effective off-takers, and that is something we've done under what we call a CAF alliance, bringing on board at the same platform producers and processors. Now, another variable is access to finance, vis-a-vis risk of that finance from the financiers. I keep going to finance because it's a very, very key component, and the good thing is it is a financial institution that brought us here. But these financial institutions are very wary of investing in agriculture. If you bring an oil, I've worked for long in the oil and gas sector. If you bring an oil and gas portfolio and an agricultural portfolio, the banks would definitely go to finance agriculture. Dr. Ayola, I'm sure you'd agree with me. So there's a fundamental lack of understanding of the potential of agriculture when you do it right. The sustainability is unfathomable, right? But smallholder farmers, yes. During the COVID time, smallholder farmer production is what kept us running in this country. So if we can support the smallholder farmers as government, connecting them and orienting them to ensure that they provide sustainable supply to agro industries, as I was just discussing with my friend here, the issue of Dangote factory. 22 million euros went into that factory, but now is moribund because there is no sustainable supply between the producers to Dangote. Why is that? The fundamental lack of orientation between the both parties. But I can tell you, by 2025, that factory, thanks to the SAPZ, is going to start producing, because we brought the entire ecosystem of smallholder farmers and the Dangote, and we mediated. Two fundamental activities I'm trying to run fast because of time. First, binding to the off-taker agreement. Dangote went ahead to do a backward integration, providing seedlings for these farmers. But after these farmers have produced, they'd rather sell to other states, specifically Lagos, madam, because there's a 5,000 naira difference, so there's a profit. So we had to make them understand the sustainability of getting that your 20,000 year in, year out. As a 500 for this year and perhaps 15,000 next year, so you don't have equitable amount to reinvest into your business and your livelihood. So you get bankrupt because you don't have adequate, you've not made adequate funds to reinvest. So we've been able to broker that, and from the business part to ensure that these discussions or the buy-in is done at prevailing prices, which was the fundamental issue the farmers had. They were a fixed price before production. So yes, smallholder farmers, the truth is yes, they can drive agri-food system. They are the ones driving agri-food systems in the world. But of course, we should not forget the effort or the quota brought about by large scaleholder farmers. Because if we truly want to industrialize, which is the main gap that we have, it works, right? Okay. Yeah, I'll try to be a bit loud. So finally, I think one of the speakers was talking about commitment in the agricultural sector, right? How committed we are. The truth is, we've been trying as government to diversify Nigeria's economy with different sources. The only sustainable source is diversifying this country's economy with agriculture. That is the only sector that would give us economic prosperity that is sustainable. And the earlier we begin to think of that both as government and private sector, the better for us. So I think this is the last statement that I would want to leave for us as government and also the private sector. It is the most sustainable sector for us to diversify our economy. Thus, commitment is really needed at both parties and harmonization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Commissioner, I'll just ask you to give your last word.
Okay, so looking at the topic of the summit, from scarcity to security, it lies in our hands. It's not in the hands of a few. It's not in the hands of the farmers alone, or the logistics providers, or the warehouse keepers, or the marketers or processors. It lies in our hands. The moment we take time to understand the entire chain and the role we play in it, then we'll begin to advocate for better policies, we'll begin to advocate for harmonization, and we'll begin to hold people accountable, particularly towards food production, processing, and everything it takes to make sure that your disposable income can suitably cater to all of your needs, including having wholesome foods. At the end of the day, the power lies in your hands, and we will only implement what you allow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'll give Ayo and Winnie 1 minute each for your last words, and Tehemen.
Thank you very much. To thank Sterling Bank for inviting me here today, I want to leave them with a tip. The waste in maize annually is over 2 trillion naira. An investor in that sector should be giving financial support, because I think that is an industry that is going to significantly grow over the next few years, because the loss, the 40% estimated loss, post-harvest losses, is probably the biggest business in town, and it is still largely
Once upon a time, on the rich, vibrant lands of Africa, the struggle against scarcity echoed through fields and communities.
When you do that, the feed and fodder subsector is huge enough to mop up the unemployment you have in your state. Please pay attention to the livestock sector. Feed your animals, you will feed your populace, and your insecurity will go down. Thank you very much.
Together, we will explore how to turn challenges into opportunities using cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices to cultivate not just crops,
the state government
but
has embarked on
from
an
drought
agricultural
to harvest,
transformation
from
program
uncertainty to security. We are here to chart
holistic,
a bold new
inclusive
course.
of crop production
So
and
let us
livestock
embark
development,
on this
and we are all open to these conversations. But more importantly, I want to thank Sterling Bank for reaching out to partner with us on this endeavor. We find it a very worthy endeavor, and we're happy to be here. But more than anything, we want to tell you that Benue State is more serious than anything you would have known when you talk about agriculture. Like my governor says, when you think agriculture, think Benue. We're welcoming anyone who wants to come and put their money behind the actions and let it work. We will work with you to make your money work for you, to create food sufficiency in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have a warm round of applause for our panel, please? It's not easy to be grilled for over an hour. If you got something from that session, let's clap for them one more time.
Thank you.
They faced a very tough topic, and they did not shy away from the realities. We got frank conversations and clear insights into how we solve our problems. We're going to move very quickly into the question and answer session for this panel. Our mics are going around now, so, oh, I see hands flying up already, fantastic. So our ushers are just going to be passing the mics around. For time, I'm just going to try and count, okay? I see one hand up there, 1, 2, 3, 4 here, making 5. Our Deputy Governor, sir, making 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. Okay, we're going to see how many time will permit us to take. Can I?
Okay. Okay.
All right, so I think Your Excellency, sir, we'll start with your question.
Thank you very much, all the panelists. I want to join other speakers to appreciate Sterling Bank for this platform for us to discuss food security. I would rather put it that way. The theme says from scarcity to security. And I will attempt to draw my inspiration from some of the questions that were put to members of the panel. Can our smallholder farmers make an impact? Yes, they can. In Nigeria, we have 80% of our farmers are smallholder farmers. Before we escalate to mechanized farming and large-scale farming, that sector that is 80% is too critical for us to neglect and advance to another level. If you go to Thailand, I had the opportunity to lead a delegation of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies to Thailand. In Thailand, there are 7.15 million smallholder families, and they account for about 95% of the rice export to the whole world. So we can meet the smallholder farmers right at their farm gates, promote the agricultural production at that level, grant them inputs, finance, and all that they require to meet these targets. One of the issues we have in this country, which we have elaborately discussed here, is policy somersault. But I'd like to say that agriculture being on the concurrent list is rather an advantage for us. We are all proponents of true federalism. We must not wait to centralize everything in this country. States, as subnationals, local governments should be allowed to develop at their own pace. So Benue can have her own agricultural policy, Ekiti will have her own. But there is a meeting point. We have the National Council on Agriculture and Food Security. This is a melting point for all the tiers of government, whether it is federal or the states that are the subnationals and the local government. At the level of that platform of the National Council on Agriculture and Food Security, they all can meet together, do peer reviews, and come up with policies that are common to all the tiers of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So we'll come to that side of the room now and take two questions from there, please.
Well, she gave me the mic, so I'm lucky. It should be a very simple question, not very long. We talk about policy, but for policy to be right, we must not shy away from the importance of practice, because it is indeed practice that informs policy formulation. Now, most of the policies we have in this country don't meet the realities on ground, and that's why they fail. And I will want to be asking the question, and PropCom, I just want to congratulate you, because we do solar irrigation in Nigeria. My name is Dr. Patrick Telani, the CEO of CISA. Yes. Without your support for us to do the solar irrigation we did in Jigawa State, our policy and our practice will never have been accurate. So, as a bank, I really want to face Abu now. MD, sir, to what extent would you want to support some experiments in some areas of agriculture that can support proper policy formulation when evidence from such projects come and you have adequate data that can guide policy formulation and what people do better in the area of agriculture? That's my question. Thank you.
So, was your question directed at a particular member of the panel, sir?
Basically, how can you all work together to support more of practice that can lead to better policy formulation? That's the question. So if any of you wants to answer, but again, I'll put a challenge to the MD, and I'm sure he's up to the challenge. Thank you.
Honorable Commissioner, maybe.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for the question, and I believe others may want to chip in. I think my own simple solution is let practitioners take the forefront of developing policy. It's as simple as that.
I would like to add, that I think a recurrent conversation here has been we should gradually pull away from wholesale policies taken at the central government with the intention that it should be applied at every nook and cranny of this state. After 64 years, it has become clear that that is not working. So we should, like my governor said, we should empower the states, given that agriculture is on the concurrent list, allow the states to formulate policies for what works, and then do peer review at the council. And again, the population of the council, formation of a council, I do not know the composition now, should not be by politicians, but by people who are practitioners in this sector. So if it means that we'll go back to the drawing book and recast what makes up the council, that could be at the starting point. But states should really be incentivized to make policies and bring them to the national level for, harmonization, if you like.
Okay. I think we have a follow-up from Lagos State.
Yes, I just wanted to also chip in again back to what he had made mention of. Saying that maybe the federal government should allow states with regards to policy formulation, I beg to differ. I feel at the national level, policies are there to harmonize us all, but we all have the choice to tweak those policies and adapt those policies to how we want them to be run in our respective states. What I see that is lacking for many states is the fact that when you check the budgetary allocation for the agricultural sector, it is usually one of the lowest. So at the end of the day, we are so dependent on the federal, and as such, we put so much power in the hands of the federal towards our own state food security. That needs to change till we as states begin to take that onus on ourselves, that we need to be food secure in ourselves and develop policies that work for us, and then harmonize it back towards what the federal government has, the better place around food security, not the other way around. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. On our council, we have commissioners coming in. And even if you bring technocrats and we all agree on what to do, we need political will for it to work. And that's why I always call on the governors. They are the ones that will ensure that they properly appropriate rightly for agriculture in their states. As for policies, that there is agenda setting for policies. There is no policy of federal government that the agenda has not been set by the private sector. It is the yearning of the private sector that the federal government puts together into a policy form. And for states, Because agriculture is on concurrent list, I want to thank my Lagos State. Every state to account for what it is doing in agriculture and what it's producing in agriculture, so that we don't keep looking at federal government. No matter what we do at the federal level, if the states, remember that federal level we don't have land. And every farmer comes from a state, not from federal. So except the state government takes the bull by the horns and properly funds agriculture and deliberately ensures that you feed your populace, not forgetting the livestock, we can't go far. And for risk, banks don't take risks, let's face it. They will not take risks. State government, federal government should de-risk. And then when the banks see that there is promise in any venture, they will come in and fund. And that's where I ask the question, where is NISAL in all of this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. We're fast running out of time, so we'll only be able to accommodate a few more questions.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Steven, and an extension officer and a trainer. So I have two questions, one to the Commissioner of Agriculture from Lagos State, and the second to the Commissioner of Agriculture, Benue State. Now, I've lived in Benue State, and I worked with Lagos Food Bank Initiative while I was in Lagos State, and I was part of those that were implementing the urban farming program of the NGO. So what I discovered in Lagos State is similar to what I experienced in Benue State while I was an undergraduate in the University of Agriculture, Makurdi precisely. So my question is, the issue of land, assessing land is a problem in Lagos. Assessing land, I experienced it personally while I was an undergraduate in the University of Agriculture, Benue State. I met several people, even as an undergraduate. I have passion for farming, and I met them. I need land. Just give me land. I'm talking about the university. They refused. It was a struggle until I left Benue State. I'm not an indigenous of Benue State. The same thing in Lagos. The program we're implementing was urban farming related program. We give livestock, with the help of AIDS. So we give livestock to people, vulnerable people like community and some other places. Let me not take too much time. Now, what is Lagos State doing in order to enable people like me to access land? Or if we can just get this land, I think it will be easy for us. People that have passion for farming, youths. What is also Benue State doing? Is there a program? Because I learned at some point when I was in Osogbo, in Osun State, that the state government, that is the former administration of His Excellency Mr. Oyetola, there's this land development something authority that was giving land to people that want to farm. That is an encouragement. I put in for it, but the new government has upturned the whole thing. They have not, in fact, I paid for it, it has not been allocated. So those are my two.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Yes, land in Lagos, it's a major challenge and it's not far-fetched. Land is king in Lagos, let me put it that way, and I want to believe we all understand why. A square meter of land in Lagos, and in some particular locations, you can imagine the cost. And right now, with so much development, even in the rural areas, a lot of people are actually grabbing land now, and as a result of that, the easiest way for people to grab land is through agriculture. People have come under the guise of agricultural development you begin to, and years down the line. And by the time even you want to go back to revoke that, you see that approvals have come underway from other ministries, departments, and agencies. We are trying to work around that with agencies that are in the lands family now. And what we have identified as a root cause of this also is because we have areas that have been zoned for agriculture, but not necessarily yet for agricultural development because of the changing demography of Lagos. We continuously upgrade through the Ministry of Physical Planning, and at the stage where we are at now, the key zones, we have also earmarked specific portions of land that under no condition will any MDA somersault the use of that land for any other purpose. And for that reason, these lands will now be in the state archives as strictly for agricultural development. In this as well, we are earmarking specific areas that will be used by the youth for specific programs, and all under a cluster formation. The problem we have at hand is you have people, you allocate land, everyone wants to fence up their lands. But we have also seen in some locations in Lagos where people farm, everyone can identify their land, but the lands are not being divided. As a result of that, there's economies of scale in inputs, addition of inputs and so many other things. So we are clamoring for all of these things, and surely we'll begin to see the effect in some months down the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So because we're trying to keep to time, I'd like to ask that our questions are kept really, really brief, and let's please identify the panelists that you'd like the question to go to. We will only be able to take 3 more questions. You can engage the panelists once they are off the stage. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sterling Bank and other partners. My question goes like this. What measures can be implemented to address resource competition in conflict-prone areas like Benue, Jos, and other neighboring states, considering the frequent farmer-herdsmen clashes? Also, how can these policies be implemented to prevent conflict and promote sustainable farming? Thank you.
Yeah, she did.
I think that's an omnibus question, and we would need a whole session to address it. But you've gone to the heart of what many people have alluded to, that a lot of the conflict we have is conflict over natural resources. If we have policies that are implemented effectively, that creates rooms for pastoralists, for livestock production, and also for crop farming, then we will reduce conflict. So a lot of the work that we do should integrate conflict sensitivity into it. We have policies that are passed without paying attention to conflict that we are instigating as a result of those conflicts. And policy harmonization actually will serve to address this, because you bring all the stakeholders to the table and you take consideration of each stakeholder's interest. I don't know if anyone else on the panel wants to add to this. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to touch base with a question on land, what the state is doing to make land available for smallholder farmers. I've just done a memo to His Excellency, the Governor of Benue State, on a program called Freelia, a World Bank program called Freelia, which is a framework for responsible and sustainable agriculture. It challenges states to assign large swaths of land for agricultural purposes, document those lands, and gazette them. And so the prayer was simple, and the governor didn't take time to approve that all the MDAs that are responsible for enabling that to happen, be mobilized into 2 committees, a steering committee and a technical working committee, to be able to create the policies and create the laws that can become active to support the existence of those lands, the documentation of those lands, and making them available to anyone who wants to use them. That's number one. It's unfortunate that you are the University of Agriculture and didn't get land. We're doing value chain development on our commodities now, like you heard the governor talk about moving away from raw materials agriculture to processed goods agriculture. And for every of those commodity development programs, we have intentionally engaged the tertiary institutions in the state to be part players and to play the role of seed multiplication for those interventions. So apart from just multiplying seeds, they are also, because they have large swaths of land, they are deliberately going to have to also assign those lands for, like somebody talked about, experimentation, actual cultivation to be able to support students to practice what they're learning on campus. So this is a holistic approach that the state government is taking to be able to drive that. In terms of security, just a little bit to add to what my sister has said, we think about agriculture as a commercial activity. And we think about the fact that if you set up a commercial activity, you deploy security to be able to protect that. So we have the civil defense in Nigeria, which primary role and responsibility is to protect national assets. And we've engaged with them, and they're happy to support what we're doing. We're also looking at those security-prone locations to site agricultural production activities there really as a buffer. So by the time you do that and you deploy security in those places, the support to cushion and ward off those incursions that come in to create crisis or mayhem in those locations. And by the way, what is the root cause of crisis? Like my sister said here earlier, it is idleness. It is unemployment. The inability of the system to have engaged our young people for a very long period of time. They have energy and it must be deployed somewhere. And unfortunately, wrong and negative forces get them to deploy those energies in wrong places. With agricultural productive activities, we are believing that our young people who have energy will now be engaged in more productive activities, and again, we wean them off violent activities that lead to crisis. Thank you.
Okay, quickly, fundamentally, we need to look at crop agriculture and animal agriculture from different perspectives because they are not the same. Over the years, we have paid so much attention to crop agriculture to the detriment of animal agriculture. And that's why you have this conflict. So while we want to see agriculture as commercial, and so ask the players to play in the commercial space, we need to look at the animal agriculture with kid gloves because we've not had it good at all. So you need to deliberately provide land for the livestock farmer and then challenge them to grow their own feed. We agree. But to imagine that at the level we are now, we can play evenly with the crop farmers, it's not correct. We need to deliberately provide resources for the livestock farmer and then ask them to grow their feed. Then we don't have this conflict. If we don't do that, the animals must feed. And if they don't have space to grow their pasture and we are not giving them land, then we'll continue to hear about encroachment. We have to be deliberate about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, panelists. We will take one more question. Ma'am, I believe you have the mic.
Yeah. Hello.
Sorry, I can't see where you are. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I am Honorable Pepe Chankechi, Afan FCT Chapter Chairman. Yeah, I want to throw my question to Benue State. Benue is one of the North Central Zone states, and I have conducted some researches, and I found out that Benue have the least extension agents in Nigeria, in North Central in particular. Right now, I'm doing my PhD research in Benue, Nasarawa, and Niger. And Benue has the least number of extension agents. And we are here. I'm from Benue State, sir. So don't feel bad. That is my state, and that is why I'm concerned. to the hub of Africa. And I'm always advocating as an extension agent and extensionist by profession that farmers' education is paramount in everything. If you want to speak food security and you are not putting farmers' education into consideration, we are just speaking English in a comfortable zone. Because animal farmers, crop farmers, if you educate them and tell them what they need to know, conflict will reduce. But the problem is that they are in their own house. So how can we educate the farmers to understand each other? Because understanding bridges conflicts. But when there is no understanding, misunderstanding is bound to occur. And lastly, I am happy this is in FCT and I did not see people from FCT Agric. We did our Farmers Day in FCT chapter as AFAN FCT, and we are clamoring for cluster land, a land for farmers to have clusters. Because bank these days don't give loan or whatever to a single farmers. They say they want to work in cluster, and there are no farmers anywhere having clusters farming. So how can they benefit? It means it's just a lip service. If the government can allocate land to farmers in a cluster base, and farmers will have a cluster cropping, they can benefit. But without that, we are just joking.
So I'll provide. Great question. Great question, my sister. Thank you for taking the courage to ask the question. Hello. Hello.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
All of the conversation we've had here, from the beginning of this summit to what's going to happen tomorrow, is not going to be possible without the people. The skill sets are very important. And I can tell you, my sister, that the government of Benue State has signed up with the European Development Bank and the French Development Agency to develop skills in agriculture. Extension support services is so foundational to agricultural development that we cannot neglect that. As I speak to you now, I'm sure you know Batie. My sister, are you there? I'm sure you know Batie in Yandef. There is a College of Agriculture in Yandef. There is another College of Extension Workers Development in Yandef, in Batie as well. Those schools, unfortunately, over the years, there are 3 of them in the state, have gone, under par. The state government deliberately, through this partnership I just talked about, now is bringing them back to bring them back to the front line and develop agricultural skills, build the skills of young people who can drive the agricultural transformation program of the state. If we don't do that, like she rightly says, we will not go anywhere. And I'm telling you that the government of Benue State is aware of this, and we're not thinking of how to do it. We have already taken steps and gotten the right partnerships with the skills. And let me also tell you something else. We're not stopping our skills development. Part of that partnership is providing funding intervention, and it's not grants. Once people graduate from the program, they get starter packs that get them to set up agricultural production activities in cluster locations. Why? My governor talked about smallholder farmers. The only way that you can have smallholder farmers to be effective is to put them in cluster locations. Cluster land, cluster intervention services, cluster access to finance, and cluster inputs, and as well cluster the off-taking. If you do that, they'll find strength in their numbers and they will thrive. And the government of Benue State is leading on this charge. You should be clapping, really. Finally, I'd like to assure you that, like my governor said, when you think agriculture, you should think Benue. It is not a mantra. It is a reality of what the state government wants to do at the moment. We're clearing land. There's going to be an agency on land clearing. We're striking up a partnership with NALDA. That's the federal government land clearing agency. And we're getting everything in place to remove all the bottlenecks that smallholder farmers had, So we went into a meeting with some people who were talking very high-level conversations that, oh, we should get, in Israel, there's only 1% of the population farming. Nigeria is not Israel. We have a huge population of people who are unemployed. We cannot afford to throw those smallholders governor's speeches. Hardly would you find 2 speeches without him asking young people and women to go and set up and join cooperatives, because an agricultural revolution is coming, and the only way he can meet with them is through cooperatives. So,
thank you very much. A round of applause for the Benue State government. We've first run out of time. Yes, ma'am.
30 seconds. Okay. Dr. Kabir wants to.
So, my sister, just to add, you did mention that you didn't see anybody from FCT and you're requesting for cluster of farms. So, under the SAPZ, if you go to Paikankori here in Abuja, Karshi and Kau, we have over 5,000 hectares, whereby we've clustered and we're supporting farmers on good agronomical practice specifically for livestock. So you can meet me after this, I will direct you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists, please. They are still here, so you can engage them off stage to address your questions further. At this point in time, I'd like us to thank each and every single member of this panel. Your conversation has been stirring, has been interesting. And I'd like to invite Dele Fashemo to please come up and acknowledge our guests and hand them their gifts. If we can have our photographers up front, please. Thank you. Apologies to the gallery, please. We'd like to save some time so you can engage them further after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We'll have
set to support over 1 million smallholder farmers. We are a step closer as our reach spans over 400,000 farmers and counting across Nigeria in states like Kaduna, Kano, Nasarawa, Taraba, Plateau, and Bauchi, and in Kenya covering over 656,000 hectares. Together, we cultivate vital grains like maize, soybeans, paddy.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists as they return to their seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, we thank you for your attention so far. We are going to be taking a break for lunch now, so you can refresh, get something to eat. We are going to have about 30 minutes to do that, so that we can return very quickly to complete today's sessions. Thank you very much.
Once upon a time, on the rich, vibrant lands of Africa, the struggle against scarcity echoed through fields and communities. But today, we stand on the cusp of transformation, a journey from hardship to abundance. Innovators, farmers, and leaders are uniting to rewrite this story, harnessing the strength of collaboration and the wisdom of generations. Together, we will explore how to turn challenges into opportunities using cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices to cultivate not just crops, but hope. From drought to harvest, from uncertainty to security, we are here to chart a bold new course. So let us embark on this inspiring journey together. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Agriculture Summit Africa 2024.
The climate of banking is shifting, stirring up fresh innovations. Yet in this crowded kitchen of finance, Sterling remains a Michelin star chef, serving a feast of innovations. From the revolutionary alt bank, the non-interest bank with groundbreaking initiatives, to the community-driven Cafe One, a unique blend of coffee shop, co-working space, and banking on the go. Sterling proves that finance doesn't mean boring. The heart pumps vitality into crucial industries, while Waste Bank turns trash into treasure. Africa Social Impact Summit, ASIS, co-convened with the United Nations, unites stakeholders to tackle Africa's development issues. Always agile, Sterling was ahead of the curve on remote work, implementing it pre-COVID. When lockdown hit, it was a smooth transition. 5 consecutive years certified as a great place to work, and 3 consecutive years as the #1 best place to work in Nigeria. That's not just success, that's domination. With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary, a domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete globally in the age of digitization. But this is only just the beginning. One thing is clear for sure. At Sterling, innovation is served fresh. Visit www.sterling.ng to learn more.
My name is Chief Mrs. Olabisi Medroye. I'm a businesswoman. I deal with plastic in wholesales.
My name is Mrs. Chodainde Oluwakemi. I'm a trader.
The way Stanley Bank introduced One Woman Saver to me, I really appreciate it and I like it.
They encourage women to save and to help them in their business.
But when you are saving, you know you are keeping some money. When the money due, at least before the money due, you may have some bulk market, like wholesale market to buy. You will depend on that money. Most of these people, when you are saving with them, you have to save at least for some months before you can get your money.
Because some of them, they will come to us and collect money.
But this particular one, you know the specific time you will collect your money and you will get it in bulk. The biggest challenge we have is you cannot get loans from the bank easily. They will ask you to go and bring this, go and bring that. Even before you get all those things, you might have failed what you want to use the money for. I achieve my financial goal through them because they normally come for the money every day.
that if the money is okay a bit, they can loan me more so that my market will improve.
It's as if they force me to save my money, and I'm saving it every day. And at the end of the day, I collect my money in bulk. Easily I make use of it, and I'm so happy about it. Our market has season. There will be a season where you have to stock. So I make my plan towards that time by saving.
Because I know that the money is my own. When I need markets, at any time, I can walk in and collect my money to purchase my business.
When you are doing this type of business and you are blessed to have financial support, you will be proud to do it.
Proudness achievement is that I can stand on my own.
So my co-women, I will advise to be sincere with whatever they are doing. They should not rely on their husband.
The woman should have time for her own so that she will have something doing, because nobody knows tomorrow.
And moreover, when you have money to take care of your children, tomorrow you are going to enjoy those children.
One woman saver is the saving that will improve woman to do whatever she wants to do.
Because this program, the way I believe it and what I was told, right, there will be like hospital program among it.
In health challenges, Stanley Bank will also help,
whereby you can choose any hospital you like. Financially, you are backed by Stanley Bank. And your business too, they are ready to support you.
They will not put everything on your shoulder.
I know they really have an interest of a women.
I like dealing with Stanley Bank. They are the best bank I know.
Maybe the director of Stanley Bank is a woman. Maybe that is why she's now trying to favor women better than men.
My name is Chief Dr. Nike Okundaye. I'm a fifth generation textile artist from my family.
My name is Yemi Obi. I'm the proprietress of Platform Schools, Lagos. I'm also a born teacher.
My name is Abimbola Adebakin. I'm the founder and the CEO of Advantage Health Africa.
I'm an artist. I do textile and I do painting. And the way the knowledge is, they pass education to kids in those days. That is how the knowledge of art was passed on to me.
Platform Schools actually started about 15 years ago with my two boys in my sitting room at home. And that's the journey.
My business idea started really a few years back in 2016 when I saw a gap that I thought could be filled with the use of e-commerce and a network of pharmacies. I had to conceive an idea that then was not quite as popular as it is now, getting medication across. I thought, you know what? If people can order food and trust that food and eat it, then we can begin to order medication and do it in a manner that they can trust.
There are a lot of challenges. I remembered when we started back at home. When people comes in for inquiry, a sitting room, that gives me a lot of trauma. How do I go about this? How do I let people know what is in me?
To do it was not an easy feat. But just like a duck, the duck is flapping like mad underneath. But above the water, it looks so cool.
I will say more than 20 years of struggling among the male artists. They always say, I'm not an artist, I'm a woman. And many times when they want to do exhibition, they will not put woman.
It was one quiet evening like that. I was in this office with my husband and we had a call. There was a particular staff of Sterling Bank asking that she wants to see us and all of that. Now I said, okay.
If they ask me to do something with Stanley Bank, I always say no. But later on, we want to do Black History Month for the children, and then Stanley Bank supported.
I feel like I'm their only client.
Then I say, maybe this is the bank I should follow. If they can support women and support children and support the people who are doing the art.
Showing us what the offer Sterling has got for various schools, and we looked at it and wow, this is a good thing. Look at this and this. Can you come in there? And she said, why not? We began the process.
Sterling Bank has come at the right time. When we even needed investment support, our account officer came with all sorts of officers saying, we focus on health. We have an acronym now, HEART, and health is so key to us. And they listened to us, they listened to my team. It helped us to feel quite important, and it helped us to understand that we had an investable vehicle here.
Recent, about 2 weeks ago, came into the major project that the school is embarking on, and they have solved that problem for us.
Without Stanley Bank, there will be no gallery now. Because when I open this gallery, you can see the whole place is dark. So Stanley Bank said, they said, what can we do for you, Mama? I said, we are a sort of electricity, and the price of the fuel has not even gone this bad by then. So they now said, okay, what if we give you solar? So Stanley Bank has brought the light through the Imperial, and since then we have been enjoying the light.
For an organization like this, believes so much in us and can back up their talk with their work, then we've got to be serious.
Stanley Bank has put light into our art, into our wall, so everybody can see the creativity now.
They are great motivator. They encourage every business, both existing and non-existing business, to grow.
Well, I will say they should go to Stanley Bank for Imperium so they can get opportunity to continue with their business.
Sterling is that bank that has recognized me as the one customer, and I'm feeling it. Please don't stop. Continue.
has been very, very helpful. As we further the conversation and today's event, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our special guest of honor, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented in the room today by Dr. Kingsley Uzoma, the Senior Special Assistant to the President, Agribusiness and Productivity Enhancement. If we could please give him a round of applause, please. Dr. Kingsley, if you can wave so we can see you, sir. Thank you. At this point, I would also like to welcome up Dr. Kingsley to give us a goodwill message on behalf of His Excellency, the Vice President. Okay. I'll just wait a few minutes for Dr. Kingsley. Whilst I do that, just to recognize our online audience, we hope that this event so far has been enlightening and engaging. Whilst we wait for Dr. Kingsley, I think we can move on to the second panel. I believe all our panelists are here present. To introduce this second panel, we have an astute set of industry experts to discuss another key topic in this agri-sector that we're discussing at this event. For the next hour or so, our panelists will be discussing sustainable solutions for food scarcity in Africa. Food scarcity is a critical issue facing many African countries. Nearly 20% of the continent's population faces a high level of food insecurity, with consequences for community health, economic productivity, and political stability. This panel today will discuss and dissect this topic, and you will also have the opportunity to ask your questions once they are done. To introduce the other members of the panel, I'd like to call on the moderator for this session, Basil Abia. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Basil Abia is the co-founder of Veriv Africa. As a data insights company, Veriv Africa transforms information into actionable intelligence, driving Africa's next wave of economic growth. In addition, Basil is a highly skilled research and policy consultant with a strong track record of supporting think tanks, senior public offices, startups, civil engagement, and development projects in Nigeria and the Global South. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes up stage. I will hand over to you now to introduce the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Young one in Nigeria, in Agishwa. So sorry, my Igbo and Yoruba is terrible. Let me try Yoruba because I lived and worked in Akure for 13 months. You know what?
What would you like to say? Maybe I can help you.
I'm trying to say good afternoon in Yoruba.
Okay.
Omo Nigeria mi, Ekaso. I suppose we just had a very heavy lunch and just wanted to liven up the crowd. I'll start my introductions to the very important panel. As you know, of course, we're trying to find solutions to tackle food scarcity in Africa, and we're starting, of course, with Nigeria first. First on the panel list, please permit me to introduce to the panel and the stage, Dr. Andrea Rudiger. So a round of applause for her. Dr. Andrea Rudiger is an agricultural economist with a doctoral degree from Oxford University, the United Kingdom. She has 10 years of experience advising and managing development projects in Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Benin Republic, and Nigeria. She currently coordinates the agricultural portfolio of GIZ, the implementation agency of the German Development Corporation in Nigeria. Andrea has a strong technical background in MSME promotion, seed system development, agrobiodiversity, and crop variety development. She's also a passionate advocate for food system transformation. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Andrea. Can we please introduce to the stage Dr. Kingsley Uzoma? Please, a round of applause for him. Dr. Kingsley Uzoma currently is wearing two hats, a very heavy hat. First is the hat of the Vice President of Nigeria, who he's representing, and he's also the Senior Special Assistant to the President of Nigeria on agribusiness and productivity enhancement. I'll go through his bio shortly. Dr. Kingsley Uzoma graduated with a Bachelor of Agriculture degree in Soil Science from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, in Nigeria. He went on to earn a Master's degree in Soil Science from Ghent University in Belgium in 2006, and Agricultural Environment and Forest Science from Tottori University in Japan in 2008. His academic journey reached its pinnacle with a PhD in Bioenvironmental Science from the Tottori University in Japan in 2011, solidifying his expertise in agricultural and environmental dynamics. This is such a huge CV, and for that we have to give him another round of applause. Like we say in colloquial Nigerian parlance, he goes school. Currently, he is the Senior Special Assistant to the President of Nigeria on agribusiness and productivity enhancement. Prior to his current position, he was a consultant to the Presidential Implementation Committee on Technology Transfer, focusing on irrigation and climate-smart agriculture. Additionally, he lent his expertise as a consultant to the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, the UK. Notably, between 2020 to 2023, he was the Good Agronomic Practices Lead for the Project of Agricultural Coordination and Execution under the Office of the Vice President of Nigeria. During his tenure at PACE, he masterfully coordinated the implementation of the good agronomic practices and environmental sustainability components of the three flagship agricultural programs of the federal government of Nigeria, namely the National Livestock Transformation Plan, the Green Imperative, a partnership with Brazil to improve access to mechanization, tractorization, and of course technology in Nigerian agriculture, and the Agric for Food and Jobs Plan that responded to post-COVID-19 challenges by providing zero-interest credit, market access, and quality inputs to farmers. Wow. Please a round of applause for Dr. Kingsley Uzoma. And again, using Nigerian colloquial parlance, like we say, he get capacity. He's demonstrated that in this resume. Next on the panel list, just forgive me as I drift away, is Dr. Ishaq Othman Khalid, ably represented by Dr. Bakonle Osho Lagunju. Please a round of applause for him. Dr. Ishaq Othman Khalid unfortunately cannot make it to this very important discussion because he's currently attending the Agriculture Advisory Council for Nigeria, the #1 single most powerful policy and decision-making body when it comes to agriculture and food security in Nigeria. So I'm sure we can understand and pardon the absence because he's doing high-level work. But he's ably represented by Dr. Bankole Osho Lagunju, who is currently the Assistant Director, Office of the Director General of the National Agricultural Seeds Council. But very importantly, and for those who do not understand Nigerian culture, especially when it comes to public service, apparently you don't read the resume of the representative. You still read the resume of the Oga at the top. So we're doing just that. For Dr. Ishaq Othman Khalid, the Acting Director General of the National Agricultural Seeds Council, is an intelligent seed expert trained both nationally and internationally in seed science and seed industry development. Dr. Khalid holds a Bachelor of Agriculture degree from the University of Ilorin in Kwara State. He proceeded for Masters of Science in Agricultural Economics, and later Doctor of Philosophy in Agricultural Economics at the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University in Bauchi. He was appointed as the Acting Director General of the National Agricultural Seeds Council in May 2023. Dr. Khalid started his federal civil service career as Agric Officer 2 at the Federal Department of Agriculture, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Abuja, in October 1990, and rose through to the rank to become the Kwara Kogi State's National Seed Service Officer, as well as a seed certification officer between January 1992 and December 1994. He was then the Regional Seed Certification and Quality Control Officer, Middle Belt Region, for the National Seed Service and Federal Department of Agriculture in Ilorin between February 1994 to May 1997. He also was the Regional Seed Certification and Quality Control Officer for the Northeast Region between between June 1997 to March 20, and eventually became the Director of Seed Certification and Quality Control between January 2018 to May 2023, and now the Acting Director General of the National Agricultural Seeds Council in May 2023. He has supervised lots of laudable projects and aided the implementation of a number of national and international innovations which has further strengthened national food security, including pioneering Nigeria's accession into international organizations like the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the International Seed Testing Association, ISTA. Dr. Khalid has over 30 publications, majorly on seed quality standards and economics of seed production in Nigeria. Please a round of applause for a phenomenal public servant. And next, on this very important dialogue panel, please, a round of applause. A round of applause for, and I really apologize, I don't know how to designate her, out of respect, as someone who has lived and still lives in northern Nigeria for all my life, I would say Hajia Mariam Mohammed. Please a round of applause as she's introduced to the stage. And this is out of respect, because normally, traditionally, you're supposed to go with the first name, but in Nigeria, you have to adhere to cultural context. Hajia Mariam Mohammed is a seasoned banking professional with over 15 years of experience in financial services, specializing in Islamic finance, SME banking, and microfinance. She currently serves as the head of business banking at the Alternative Bank, where she drives strategic initiatives to support business growth with a focus on gender inclusion, climate-friendly initiatives, and financial inclusion. She has developed extensive expertise in non-interest banking, and she held various roles across wealth management, product development, and treasury. Please a round of applause for Hajia Mariam Mohammed. Forgive me. A very important Nigerian high-level performer, high-performing individual. Please a round of applause as we introduce to the stage Dr. Audu Grema. We can make it louder. Thank you. Dr. Audu Grema, member of the British Empire, MBE, is a senior regional advisor, agriculture for Nigeria and West Africa at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation since June 2016. In his current role, he leads the foundation's policy dialogue with key development policy leaders in the West Africa region, assisting in shaping inclusive and agricultural transformation and promoting Pan-African platforms for agricultural growth. Such as the African Development Bank's Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, TAAT, which is Pan-African in scope, and undertaking creative program development with Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, Sterling Banks, and African Summit, Agricultural Summit Africa's downstream partner in agriculture, working in 11 African countries. Prior to this role, Dr. Audu was a regional manager for Nigeria and West Africa for Palladium Group, formerly GRM International. In his 6 years with Palladium, he set up the Palladium West Africa office and also developed the Palladium program portfolio for 1 project to 6 programs, totaling about 180 million pounds in contract value through effective business development and strategic relationship building. Please, a round of applause for that number, particularly. To continue, in 2006, Dr. Audu was the head of DFID's Northern Nigerian office in Kano. He provided strategic inputs and management of the design and installation of a suite of programs with combined value of about 300 million pounds over 5 years. He had supervisory and management oversight over key agriculture and rural development programs, specifically farmer extension support, livelihoods and water governance, market development programs in agribusiness value chains, sub-regional cross-border trade policy, and commodity value chains in West Africa. A career highlight for Dr. Audu was when he was honored with a member of the British Empire by Her Majesty the Queen in 2016 in recognition of his contribution to development outcomes in Nigeria while working for the DFID FCDO in Nigeria. Please, another resounding round of applause for him. Good afternoon, everyone, again. I suppose we will go straight to the point, but let me do a short intro. I think that will be able to prepare us for what we're going to, I would say, work on, because it's serious work. And it's very important that I highlight this. We are in a continent that is food-starved. We have significant populations that are currently struggling in food insecurity, that are currently starving. And we need it, as a matter of fact, to engineer multiplicity of programs, interventions to be able to rescue the continent from all of this. Remember, behind those numbers, behind those data points, behind those charts are livelihoods and lives of millions and millions and millions of children who are malnourished, who probably never have the right brain development and nourishment, millions and millions of senior citizens who are going to struggle and leave the earth in the poorest condition ever, and millions and millions and millions of able-bodied young people who are struggling to find a single meal to go by the day. So we have to take this as a necessity, as our moonshot project. And it's very important, not only for myself, but for everybody who has worked to get the Agriculture Summit Africa a reality today. Please, a round of applause for Sterling Bank for setting this up. The topic, of course, is sustainable solutions for food scarcity in Africa. And my overview is very short. We know the challenges. Might I add even some context and some data behind these challenges? As you do know, 20% of the population of Africans, 20% of Africans are generally acutely food insecure. And a major causative factor is conflict. If you do your data searches, if you even carry out your own sampled surveys across the African countries, 54 African countries, 8 out of the 10 responses will tell you the reason why they're food insecure, or the reason why the farmers cannot farm, is simply because of insecurity or conflict. And there's data to back it. According to the FAO, 82% of the reason behind food insecurity in Africa is due to conflict. Just sadly, last week, intelligence operatives, and in fact, I would say open source intelligence, because it's now all over on TikTok and X, we saw the emergence of another terror group in northwest Nigeria. I'm sure you've seen the data, I'm sure you've been hearing stories. I can share you a personal story of the person who drives me to work every single day. His father is a farmer in southern Kaduna. And they had just carried out their harvest, just some 3 weeks ago. And they said they had to go to church and do Thanksgiving. Because throughout the process of harvesting, they were not kidnapped, they were not waylaid, and they were not harassed to pay certain tributes to the bandits that are hovering throughout northwest Nigeria, north central Nigeria, and to now. In fact, I would even add northeast Nigeria. The bandits are now encroaching northeastern Nigeria. So conflict is a huge causative factor. And with the emergence of another transnational terror group called the Lakurawas, forgive me for my pronunciation, I think it's a Hausa name, so it's the Lakurawas, and they're mostly from Niger Republic. They've already killed 15 Nigerians in the last 1 week since they entered. And we know the story. My first venture into research was Boko Haram research, and we took an economic dynamic into it. One of the major reasons why youths are easily recruited or susceptible to recruitments to join these terror groups, because they're food insecure, because they're economically deprived. We deployed the economic deprivation theory, for instance, and very luckily we were able to be published by the Journal of Asian and African Studies. But what I'm trying to say basically is that the core of it is a vast majority of the solutions we're going to ideate here has to be addressing insecurity, because it's the core reason why we're not going to get farmers on the farmlands. I'm sure if you do some geospatial intelligence work with NARSDA, you will see that the cultivated area continues to shrink year by year. In fact, it's one of the things that we're going to do next year. Go into the field, we're going to try and see what the cultivation area right now in Nigeria is, the numbers, so we can be able to prime federal government and state government public policy towards addressing that. We need to continue to take full advantage of our massive arable land. It's very important. Another causative factor is a dearth in access to capital, to credit. And that's a core part of why farmers are struggling to make ends meet, struggling to scale up their activities. I'm sure you know the data, but there's no single African country that is adhering to the Malabo Declaration. What is the Malabo Declaration? It says every year, your federal government or your state government, so federal government, subnationals, they have to give 10% of their budget to agriculture, food security initiatives. No single African country is doing 8%. No single African country is doing 9% or 10%. The highest I saw was Senegal, 5.8%. So we need to address that. Yes, we know that capital from the government is insufficient. Sometimes the incentives are skewed against growth. And we know that we need private capital because it is skewed towards profit making. And sometimes profit making actually means sustainability. And sustainability basically means that value chains are entrenched, more people are involved in the core, most economic part of the value chains, which is not production or cultivation, but actually processing. That's where you get more of the value. And that's why the Swiss workers in the chocolate factories, for instance, in St. Gallen or St. Moritz, are wealthier than our cocoa plantation owners in southwest Nigeria or in Edo State. The reason for that is the core of the production that we do in Ivory Coast, in Nigeria, and Ghana when it comes to cocoa, the bulk of it is cultivation. We're not adding any value to it. In fact, value accruance from African countries is under 5% from the chocolate and cocoa value chain. So 95% goes to the Americans, your famous Mars, I'm sure you know the Mars Corporation in the US, and your Swiss and Belgians. They're the ones who are making most of the money. Why? Because they're adding value, because of the value chain entrenchment. So we have to be able to look at it from that perspective. Then another causative factor, I must say, is structural macroeconomic challenges. You cannot secure food-wise a population like Nigeria with a food inflation rate of about 37.7%. That is just the honest truth. So when you're doing 37.7% food inflation rate, when you're doing 34% headline inflation rate, how are you as a medium-scale farmer going to approach the bank to ask for single-digit interest rates as credit to continue to fast-track your cultivation activities? These are the dynamics, and we have to be able to tackle these dynamics because all of them pipeline into the very high food insecurity rate that we have in Nigeria, the food shortage, the food scarcity rate that we have in Nigeria. I'll add the last damning stat. 32 million Nigerians are now acutely malnourished. We have to find a way to arrest that number. In fact, I would say 90% of the food malnourishment burden in the world is borne by Africa. African countries are taking the bulk of the numbers from the Central African region to the East African region to Southern African region in places like Malawi where drought, climate change is affecting productivity, to, of course, West Africa. We need to find solutions, and that's the reason why we have this highly esteemed panel to go deep into it. And I go straight forward into it by working with development partners. This question is for you, Dr. Andrea. And it's a very straightforward question, probably very damning. We've had numerous interventions from governments. We've had numerous interventions from multilateral and bilateral institutions. We've had numerous interventions from development partners, from development financial institutions, and now from private sector. And still, Africa is incredibly food insecure. Why has this food insecurity persisted? Dr. Andrea.
Thank you for the opportunity. May I ask the audience, are you hearing me well? Good, great. I think it is a very important question, and I'm sure my very knowledgeable panelists will have a lot to add to this question as well. But let me try. So I can say from the German Development Corporation's interventions that we have worked on improving productivity in food production in 16 value chains in 11 states in Nigeria over the last 10 years, and then we have seen remarkable increases in productivity. Just to name a few, we've seen an average 152% increase in rice production, rice productivity, sorry, with the over 150,000 farmers that we worked with. And potato, it went up to 200, sometimes 300% of productivity increase through the introduction of new high-yielding potato varieties. And I could go on and on, cite some of these facts. So we can show that the interventions we are implementing jointly with our Nigerian partners are delivering impacts. However, the environment is also changing rapidly, and the challenges that Nigeria is confronted with are massive. And I think you've already cited quite a good number of those challenges in your introductory words, and I don't want to go back to all of them, but let me just say that right now we're looking at 25 million food insecure people according to the most recent FAO estimation, and this is 6.4 million more people than at the same time last year. And we're looking at the same time at a historic food inflation. So I believe one of the factors of also explaining what we're observing currently, the food crisis that Nigeria is facing, is also the macroeconomic situation, is the food inflation. It's very much also a question of a food price crisis, as much as it is always also a crisis of food availability. Two other factors I don't want to forget here, and that are very impacting our work as well in developing innovative solutions: climate change. Nigeria is among the 20 most affected countries by climate change. And we could cite a lot of examples from our work, how varieties that were introduced just somewhat time ago are not really feasible for the environments they are grown in because rainfall patterns change. Another factor that is very important is population growth. I've looked up for my intervention here today, the population 10 years ago of Nigeria is 180 million people, and the estimated population size of Nigeria today is 232 million, so we're looking at 50 million more people to feed within 10 years. And keeping up with that in productivity growth is a serious and real challenge that we have to acknowledge. So these are some of the factors. I mean, there's a whole regional dimension also that we've discussed extensively also with other panelists over lunch, and I maybe let the other panelists talk about that because they will do that much more eloquently than I can. But Nigeria is not producing food in isolation. It's in a very difficult regional context. Let me just stop here.
Just a round of applause for Dr. Andrea. I mean, what is really instructive from what she's saying is that we have a multiplicity of development partners help diversify the intercourse, creating value for the food production space. And for me, while I really, really appreciate that, it's also indicative of the scarcity of the quality of governance, the quality of interventions that local partners are providing to the space. So this is me imploring as many local partners who are here as well, that we need to double our efforts just so that we can complement the efforts of our development partners and reach those desired outcomes. This, again, of course, segues into the most important question for me, I think, for today. Conflict, as I had mentioned earlier, if you use the stats, is responsible for 82% of the food insecurity and malnourishment numbers in Africa. And if you look at the very least, 50 African countries, if you look at their constitutions, the first thing they ask of the government, the first thing that is mandated of the government, is to secure lives and property. Security is the soul. As someone whose first foray into research was international terrorism, I can tell you for a fact, whenever the government loses monopoly of violence, whenever there are violent non-state actors in a space, conflict exacerbates. And I think Nigeria in the last 20 years is enough proof for that. So my question goes to not only Mr. Kingsley Uzoma as a high-level agro practitioner, but because he's also carrying the hat of the Vice President, is carrying the emblem of the federal government of Nigeria, I'm sure he understands the context of the problems that we have. What role can government play to stem the tide of insecurity and conflict and start to address, of course, our really serious food insecurity problems?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that question. I had expected that. As you all know, the conflict in the Sahelian region in Africa and food insecurity, they have relationship, negative feedback. The food insecurity may be the driving force, initiator to that. However, as you know, Nigeria is a very large country with a very large land border that is within the arid environment that's very difficult, even as advanced as the United States of America is, where they have similar arid terrain and the border, southern border, Arizona, California, they have not been able to manage because it's not thick forest, it's open border. So you can set up immigration checkpoints one place and people still navigate through the other place with their vehicles. The same thing is happening. US is the #1 in security in the world. They have not been able to do that. That being said, like in your introduction, the new terrorist group, they came in from Niger. So these are some of the factors that are immediately beyond the control of government. The biophysical reality surrounding our country have made them to be like that. And again, almost all the countries bordering the northern frontiers of Nigeria have been facing insecurity for a very long time. Like in Niger, in Chad, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, we have some communities there that people were born into conflict children. So it's a way of life. Let's use Boko Haram that started. Is how many years? So if a child was 3 or 4 years when he started, that child is an adult now. So the way of life of that child is conflict. The way of life of most of the armed groups in Niger, in Chad, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, they just armed conflict children, conflict generation. So the impact in bet, we are not sitting down to watch these things degrade our capacity to feed our people. The mantra should be on productivity enhancement. Because with the little hectareage we are planting, if we can enhance productivity, I can tell you an average farmer's field planting the traditional OPVs, open pollinated varieties, and adopting the outdated agronomic practices cannot produce up to a ton per hectare of maize. A ton is 10 bags. I don't believe that an average farmer in the village produces up to 10 bags per hectare. If they do, they will not be suffering from malnutrition. So they are producing around 500 kg, that's 0.5 tons. So you have a huge gap to upscale productivity. If you can upscale to a very minimum benchmark of 5 tons, it means you are translating 1 hectare to be equivalent to 10 hectares. So if we are expected to, maybe the insecurity had taken out 10 million hectares of farmland in the country and we are still farming 20 million hectares. If we can enhance productivity just by doubling from 0.5 tons to 1 ton, you can actually have equivalent of 40 million hectares. So you have in excess of additional 10 million hectares brought into the supply chain. So the mantra should be for all the stakeholders here on productivity enhancement. We're actually not supposed to be farming a whole lot of places because this is a resource that we have to leave for our children, children. So the more we open up more areas, area expansion, plant them with the very wrong agronomic practices, will expose the soils to degradation. You all know we live within the tropics. The rainfall regime is high, the temperature regime is high. What are the necessary ingredients for weathering? Heat and water. So the more we even open up an area, no matter how you try to conserve it in the next 20 years, the productivity of that space will be reduced. So we should, as a nation with educated people, with agricultural scientists, should be talking about productivity enhancement. Even within the little space we are farming, if we can farm enough, there will be so much food in this country. I'll just give you an instance. We've just launched the Nigerian Cassava Investment Accelerator. I just finished a meeting with them before I came here, Boston Consulting Group, and they were saying 6 tons. While I was doing my PhD in Japan, we oversaw a project in Victoria, Australia. They were producing 130 tons per hectare. And it's not miracle, it's not magic. What they did was, the temperature in that place was very high. So cassava is a sun-loving crop, is a carbohydrate crop. What is carbohydrate? Carboxylation. Combination of atmospheric CO2 with sunlight. Using the cell's physiology, you engineer carbohydrates, carbohydrates. once you are living here, to drive to enhance productivity. And how do we get the irrigation? Now we have removed fuel subsidy, which also helps us to meet up our nationally determined contributions. We have the solar power irrigation system. Nigeria is within the Sun Belt. So in fact, in the northern Nigeria, when you have irrigation, you can actually do 3 cycles. So with 3 cycles, it means 1 hectare becomes equivalent to 6 hectares. And if you can drive the yields to 5 tons, it means 1 hectare becomes equivalent to 30 hectares. So if you are farming, if insecurity has knocked out 10 million hectares of farmland and you are farming 20 million hectares out of the 30 million, you have 20 million farms, times 10, you have 200 million. So you have excess supply of food production, and when you have the oversupply, the price will go down. There is nothing that will make the price to remain where it is today if the supply increases. When we are growing up, in every year, if the cassava is very expensive this year, next year it becomes cheap. Why? Because this year, everybody will now farm. Next year, there will be so much harvest that everybody will have cassava to sell. When you carry your cassava to the local market, your neighbor, Mankechi has his own, Mainfire has his own, everybody has cassava. So you will not go back, you will not be putting the price very high. You look for somebody to buy from you. So these are all the little things we have to do, irrespective of the fact that the security situation is there. And this is something that is sociological, religious, economical. So it is not something you can tackle one day, and it's also something that's not driven within the shores of Nigeria alone. It's a transboundary, it's a transcontinental issue. Even the insecurity problem in Libya, in Sudan, is translating to the insecurity problem in Nigeria. So we cannot put the blame on federal government alone. There is one thing that is within our control, which we can do today, and we can begin to see the effects immediately. That is the mantra of productivity enhancement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kinsley. I think to corroborate Dr. Kinsley's core argument, while I will disagree, of course, because I still strongly believe that insecurity has vastly affected productivity, I completely agree with his point on having to increase our yield per hectare, having to increase our improve our agronomic practices so that we can increase our average yield. I'll give you some data from FAO. Nigeria is currently hovering between 1,400 to 1,600 kilograms of yield per hectare when it comes to cereal crop production. And when you go down south to South Africa, they're doing 4,900 kilograms to about 5,200 kilograms. In 2002, they were around 4,900 kilograms. So our Southern African brothers and sisters are doing close to 4 times what we do when it comes to yield per hectare in terms of cereal. And we can all symptomize why that is so. Our agronomic practices are obsolete. Our seed spacing is abysmal. We farm like Irishmen in the 18th century. We use our bare hands and our hoes. How can you yield? And post-harvest losses, of course, is another component to it again, because we simply do not have the silo storage. I'll give you another data. We are doing capacity utilization of our very minuscule silo and warehouse storage infrastructure stock in Nigeria. Just 22% utility capitalization. So I'm even saying that even if we do 100%, we simply cannot feed to our 21 million metric tons cereal production. And just to further corroborate that, I was in Germany, rural Germany, in March and April. And I remember taking a trip to Leipzig, and all through Leipzig, I noted something that was very important. Every single village I went past, I saw silos upon silos and greenhouses upon greenhouses. These two things mean a lot of things for me. It means that they have the infrastructure to scale productivity. With the greenhouses, even during winter, once you do the temperate management, you can do your vegetables and greens at high level and still meet the demand of your local population. So Dr. Kinsley is absolutely spot on with yield. And this segues into my next very important question. According to FAO and IFAD, 90% of agricultural and food production activity in Nigeria is carried out by rural smallholder farmers. Again, as you do know, rural smallholder farmers farm with what? Cutlasses, hoes, and sometimes their bare hands. under the sun, toiling for unproductive hours. I'm sorry to say it, but that's just the truth. 9 hours tilling the soil is, when compared to your partners in Brazil, where they do every part of their tilling under just 1 hour or 2 hours. Now, another point, or another statistical point, is that only 5% of agricultural activity in Nigeria is carried out with mechanics, or only 5% of agricultural activity is mechanized. How can you yield productivity with those numbers? But therein lies my problem, and therein lies the question. Dr. Audu, you have had extensive multi-decades experience with smallholder farmers in diverse forms, in different value chains across the commodity chain. Do you really believe that smallholder farmers are the key to food security in Africa?
Thank you very much for that important question. The answer has to be yes, because they have the numbers. If you look at smallholder farmers in every country in Africa, it's inevitable. You have to give them the opportunity to grow food sufficiently based on the unit land they have, small as it often is, but increasing productivity per unit of land meant that you increase productivity efficiently. Right now, farmers will tell you our best way of increasing productivity and yield is to do extensification. Cut more land and put it into production, and that increases the drudgery, and they can't possibly have the resources to buy the necessary inputs. So definitely, if you go by numbers, smallholder farmers are the key to unlocking food security in Nigeria and in other parts of Africa as well. But there is a catch. It's not enough to say we have multitude of smallholder farmers. We need to find ways of making sure they have accessible farm inputs, and that's where the catch is. In Nigeria, I can use the example of Nigeria since your question is Pan-African. In Nigeria, we have this structural problem because the coastal infrastructure in Lagos and Port Harcourt is so critical in terms of fertilizer production, in terms of oil and gas, and all other resources that needed to be brought up to the north. I can give you an example. A friend of mine has a fertilizer merchandising shop in Kano, and he tells me, look at the cost of 1 bag of urea. Why is yours so expensive? When in Lagos, people are buying urea per bag, 37,000. Why is yours 46,000? What he said was interesting. He said, look, the cost of haulage for one trailer to take fertilizer from Lagos to Kano, it has to use gas to fuel this trailer. The cost of haulage is unbelievable. Aside from the cost of haulage, in the southwest, as soon as he leaves Ibadan, the drivers have traditional roadblocks put in front of them in every single village. And they mount these roadblocks for rent-seeking purposes, and the police will be sitting right there under the shade. If you complain to them, they will look the other way. You have to pay royalty to pass. And when they log in these numbers and add it to the cost of gas and the driver's cost and the rentage fee for the trailer, they have to add this cost to the bag of fertilizer. So what we have is a story of two halves. Farmers in Kano wanting to buy urea. Urea is not produced in Kano. It's produced in Port Harcourt and Lagos and other places. It has to be brought by haulage to Kano, and yet all our trailers in Nigeria are gas-driven. We've seen it in India where they use the local train. They put these trailer containers in the back of the local train, and it uses coal, and they bring the fertilizer to all parts of India. I thought that was very smart, even if you think coal-driven train is outdated, but it does an amazing degree of service. So we need to rethink some of these structural difficulties. We need to rethink some of these issues around rent-seeking behavior. Just because you have your goods, you are passing through local villages, people put illegal stuff, you give them the money, there is no receipt, and the police is complicit, you have to pay the cost to bring merchandise. So it is the reality that we need to accept, and it all adds up to the cost of production. And thirdly, my final point is smallholder farmers will have brilliant opportunity if they have access to commodity aggregation enterprise. We need commercial concerns like we've seen in Kebbi State, the big rice mill in Arugungu. If you see the number of farmers that they've put underneath the commodity aggregation scheme is unbelievable. They give them the seeds that the industry wants, they give them the fertilizer, and then they calculate the amount of money that translates to. They go and grow the rice, and at harvest they bring the paddy to the factory. It is weighed, and they do the numbers, they take out the cost of inputs and give you your money. Everybody is happy. The factory gets the rice, the right quality of rice for that matter, and then the farmer gets a lot of money. When you talk to the farmers without the company staff, it's unbelievable the way they provide accolade to this company, because you have taken thousands of farmers underneath your wing, providing inputs. It's not just the TGX rice plant in Arugungu. I've seen it in Afex, in Zaria, even the tomato company that they've now opened up in Kano. A lot of tomato farmers are saying this is a lifesaver. We can now bring this tomato to the factory and get paid, and then it gives us motivation to grow a lot more. So I think it can be done, but you need to find creative ways of balancing this high cost of inputs. You need to find commodity aggregation underneath companies. Look at the Olam establishment outside of Kaduna that makes feed mill. They are now the largest buyer of maize. Maize farmers are coming, bringing the maize, they take it, they combine it with soybean, they make feed mill, everybody is happy, everybody wins. I think that is the way to go in my view. We need to bring smallholder farmers under the enterprise that can make them to grow with specificity in terms of the requirements of the industry, give them input at cost, and then at the cost of harvest, everybody is happy, everybody goes home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think what is instructive from Doctor is that we need to start or double down on commodity aggregation and clusterization. That's one way to take full advantage of the large swath of rural smallholder farmers. Obviously, that also includes improving their agronomic practices. That is very well noted. This question is very important and dear to me because access to credit is the life cycle of and value chains. I'll give you some data. Credit to agriculture in Africa is just about $580 billion US. Now that might sound like a phenomenal number, but when you put it into context or when you juxtapose it with the data from across the world, it is minuscule. Asia are doing $28 trillion US in credit to agricultural services and food production activity. Europe are doing 11 trillion, North America are doing 10 trillion. So we are far behind when it comes to access to credit. And one way to be able to breach that gap is private capital. Private capital is incentivized by that profit-making lens. And sometimes, or most times, you see value chains created whenever private capital goes into it. I think Sterling Bank have done a phenomenal job in doing that because 10% of their loan book goes to agriculture. Please, a round of applause for Sterling Bank in that regard. I don't think there's any other Nigerian bank that does those numbers. And so this question goes to the alternative bank, which is, of course, as we do know, still under the holding of Sterling Bank. Haji Mariam, with your experience, how do you see private capital in the next 10 years plugging in to breach the scarce or death in access to finance in agriculture in Africa?
Thank you for the question. I think that you cannot overemphasize the need for private capital. Banking has been a very great supplier of capital in the agric space, Sterling Bank most especially. However, most of the time we tend to focus on the farming activities themselves, input credit and things like that. I think it goes beyond that. I think that, like you mentioned, that there's a whole value proposition around it. If we are providing access to capital that funds innovation, that Abu mentioned the creation of a smart farm. When an institution is willing to put their backs to things like innovation, this helps beyond just access to credit. We see a lot of, once conversations happen around agriculture, there's a lot of push on access to finance, access to credit for agricultural production. But I think especially when it comes to food scarcity right now, and there is a lot of conflict that is affecting this, it is not just about financing the agric space itself. There needs to be access to capital that creates jobs across board. We've been talking about youth. It was asked where the Gen Zs, and the Gen Zs don't seem to be here. They need to be more engaged. The youth need to be more engaged. And these youth can only be engaged when we do things that interest them. So if we put resources towards digitization, towards tech, these are things that make that space cool for the youth. And once people are engaged, there is increase in spending power too. It all trickles down. It trickles down the value chain. Now, when we speak about access to credit also, you find that we give farmers, a lot of institutions give farmers access to input credit. I think it's not just that. So, for example, we're talking about dry season farming, increased productivity, and solar irrigation. A solar pump is very expensive. A farmer cannot afford to pay the installments for a solar pump, feed their families, and survive. So I think it's necessary for financial institutions to think a little outside the box, and partnerships are very, very key here. Now, I was speaking to somebody earlier from Cecil, and they are willing to do a lease arrangement, for example. That means the cost of capital required for the acquisition and ownership of that solar pump is taken away. And this can only happen when there are relationships between these service providers and a financial institution, So in that instance, the cost is relatively low. I was speaking to my household, and she told me that in between harvest season and the next harvest season, that there are shrubs and leaves that I have never heard of that they eat to survive. And this is because they cannot produce, they cannot survive outside of this. We also find that the way forward, the way to encourage everybody, the way to encourage the private sector to put funds into this space is to make it significantly more profitable. It needs to be profitable. I will die on the hill of palliatives are a bad idea. It needs to be a profitable venture for everybody. You find, if you look at the value chain, it's great for some over others. If we're talking about the aggregation programs that are happening now, you see that it's profitable for everybody. Unless we can reduce costs through better infrastructure, through easier means of doing business, we cannot make it profitable for everybody, and then it is not a profitable venture for a financial institution to back. I work with the Alternative Bank. In essence, we're a non-interest financial institution. It's essentially Islamic banking. And we try to make sure that we are distributing wealth. We make our partners, we distribute wealth across board. So when you look at this, it simply means that we have to participate in these conversations. We have to participate in the actual dynamics of the transaction. We don't have the luxury of sitting down and do what a conventional bank does. We are able, because of the nature of our license, we are able to provide infrastructure. For example, we're talking about silos and storage. We can actually provide that as a lease-based service, So I think that there is a lot that we can do as institutions, especially for me, through non-interest banking. There are sukuks, for example, that have been green sukuks that Indonesia has used to create, affordable financing for the agric space. This is something that can be replicated, and as a financial institution, I know that my institution is totally on board with that. Thank you.
So round of applause for Ajia Mariam. I have a question to throw, because normally questions that go this side and questions comes this way. But I have a question, a rhetorical question to throw to the crowd, a bit of engagement eliciting. Who is scared of GMOs? GMOs, sorry. Okay. With 2 hands. You're scared of GMOs. Incredible. Okay. Who are the folks who believe GMOs are the game changer? You're pro GMOs? Okay. This is a very controversial question, and I think we have the right person, the best person in the room to answer this question. Dr. Bakole Osholagunju is the Assistant Director of the Office of the Director General, the National Agricultural Seeds Council. And my question goes to you, Doctor. Very straightforward. The science has touted GMOs as not only climate resistant, but very helpful with increasing productivity and yield. And in the context of the conversations that we've had extensively today, what are your thoughts about GMO seeds when it comes to climate resilience, when it comes to increasing productivity and yield, and when it comes to allaying to the fears of most Africans when it comes to that? Does it work, or is it fugazi, for the lack of a better phrase?
Thank you, moderator, for giving me a very emotional and sentimental question. I work with National Agricultural Seed Council, and I'm going to answer this question in line with the seed, and I'm going to be as scientific as possible about it. Now, let's look at seeds. What is seed? In the productivity index of any crop, seeds contribute like 60%. I can break this down to tell you that if you have the best kind of fertilizer and you have poor quality seeds, no matter the amount of fertilizer you keep putting on the soil, you are still going to get a function of your poor quality seeds. So that is the essence, the importance seed carries in productivity index. And in Nigeria, we have 3 GMO crops that have been released so far. I want to talk in terms of what it can do to increase productivity and maybe allay some fears. for certified seed of maize in Nigeria, we have a national requirement. What I mean by national requirement is this is the quantity we need to produce the actual quantity of maize grains we want in Nigeria. And in terms of seed, we have a national requirement of over 63,000 metric tons. But presently, we have production of 55,000 metric tons. For cowpea, we have a national requirement of 97,000 metric tons, and we have production of 3,000 metric tons. What are the issues behind this? In terms of seed, we know you plant a seed that is well planted, it goes through good agronomic practices, but unfortunately, it gets infested with pests. And a farmer that has maybe gone to lend money from the bank gets so much uncomfortable because he's losing a lot of money. And pests are natural and biological entities. They are just there, and they are out for survival. Now, GM seed is just trying to address some of these issues that relates to crop production without necessarily bringing in another issue. What am I trying to say? If you plant cowpea, for example, for any cowpea farmer that is here, you know for you to get a substantial harvest in cowpea, and this is maybe 0.8 to 1 metric tons per hectare, if you can get that, you need to spray about 3 to 4 times because they are being infested by Maruca. But with a GM of Maruca or GM BT cowpea, you need to spray just once. If you calculate the cost of pesticides, you know the farmer is drastically reducing his cost of production, and just not about the cost, is increasing his productivity because if Maruca infests a field, it can virtually wipe out everything. So when we have something that can bring down the effects of Maruca on a field, definitely we are increasing our productivity. And apart from that, the residual effects of pesticides and herbicides is reduced. Like the SSA rightly said, land is not increasing. Population is increasing. And we need to make maximum use of every little piece of land we have. And how do we do this? The world is global. The world is embracing science. We have our fears. I don't know how many of us notice that mosquitoes are getting more intelligent nowadays. My 3-year-old told me, he said, "Daddy, I don't think we have mosquitoes in the house." But unfortunately, I saw one biting me. I said, "How did it happen?" He said, "They don't sing any longer. They just bite." Because it's means of survival. GM is out to increase productivity, to reduce cost of production. And this is what we as the National Agricultural Seed Council is selling out to people. We are trying to encourage you and to educate you. GM crops in Nigeria are not just brought into Nigeria. They have undergone tests. We have a whole CITA agency, National Agency for Biosafety Management, that have done their test. But what Seed Council does is to ensure that this seed gets the maximum quality assurance, so that when you are buying a seed that we say is producing at 3 tons per hectare, you can always know that it's giving you 3 tons per hectare. When a farmer has a seed, you bought a seed that has a potential of 1.2 tons per hectare, and you plant it and it's being infested and you are getting 0.2 tons, how do you break even? And that is why we are pushing for seeds that have gone through minimum quality assurance, that has the seed codex. And for us to also understand, the Seed Council is going digital. Digital in the sense that we can track every seed that is planted in the country. So if you have your fears, these are things that can be used to allay the fears. Productivity in Africa, we don't have any other way to go than to increase productivity and reduce the land area, because the land is not increasing. Talking about our climate change, all these pests, they are getting more intelligent to survive the climate change. GM crops can actually pave a way to get crops that can maneuver through this climatic change. We just have the BT cotton in Nigeria. We have the BT cowpea and the teller maize. I don't know if anybody has witnessed the farm that was infected with the armyworm. It is very, very devastating. They can come to your field and within 3 days, everything is wiped away. To salvage some, you need to pump in chemicals and pesticides, which I believe have residual effects. So when we have a solution that is not replacing the hybrids we have, is not replacing the OPV, but it's just complementing what we have, I think is a sure way to increase our productivity. Let me just answer it the scientific way I can.
Moderator, can I also add something? Okay. To the GMO. You know, people are so concerned about GMO. There are two ways to bring in GMO into this country. There are two ways to bring in GMO into this country. One is environmental, that's planting it. The other one is feed, food, and fiber. We're actually eating GMO through food, feed, and fiber. The soybean oil, the canola oil. What is canola? It's actually a GMO. There is no plant canola. It's a GMO. It's a hybrid. It's a cross. So people say canola oil, low cholesterol, is actually a GMO developed in Saskatchewan, Canada. So you buy digestive biscuits. You buy bread. Where did they get the wheat from? Is it not from Canada? Is it not from the US, where there are also GMO wheat that they use in making the flour? So we should be mindful of allowing people use emotion to play us. It's just like people coming to tell you, oh, I can only eat organic. It's fantastic. But if you say organic, how many people on earth can you feed? So, or do you prefer spraying, pumping in chemicals upon chemicals upon chemicals, and people are having kidney failure? So which one is better? If you look at the statistics of where you have massive kidney issues in the country, CKD, chronic kidney disease, these are in the predominant farming communities. Jigawa, Yobe, Borno, Adamawa, these statistics very clear. Nobody is linking it, but why is it that it's very predominant? When you use this glyphosate, spray them, pumping, the people are not using the protective equipment to do that. They're exposing themselves and also destroying the biodiversity of the soil. We need to preserve this soil, not for today, not for 10 years, for the next 100 years, as long as we continue to exist in this country. But when you pump in these excessively harsh chemicals into the soil, they destroy the microbiome of the soil that leads to this fertilizer, this manure you apply. If you don't have the microbiome in the soil, they will not be able to degrade them to release the nutrients inside them. The mycorrhizas, the rhizobiums. When you spray these things, they tamper with them, and that is why the yield of cowpea in those cowpea farming communities over the years is going down, because the cowpea, the root nodules, depends on certain kind of bacteria, the rhizobium. So when you excessively apply these chemicals and the residualities on the soil, it affects the biodiversity of the soil. So the ability of the nodules to actually release or fix the atmospheric nitrogen from the atmosphere, and also when you harvest them, for them to degrade and release the phosphorus, the potassium, and other micronutrients that are embedded in those nodules, become limited, because the soil is actually dead. The soil should be a living organism like our stomach that is filled with trillions of bacteria. That's the way the soil is filled with trillions of bacteria. So with this excessive use of chemicals, using emotion to manipulate Nigerian that GMO is a problem, we're actually doing something that will, in the future, destroy our sustainability.
Please, a round of applause for Dr. Kingsley and Dr. Bankole Osho-Lagunju. A round of applause again for them. I'm afraid that we have skidded past our allotted time for the general questions that come from the panel, but I think we have time. I'm not sure it's sufficient time, but we have time for some questions from the audience. So we're going to take questions from the audience to our esteemed panelists, and I would call for Ms. Uti to take charge of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abia. So I see a lot of hands have flown up already. Permit me, given the time, to set the ground rules for this question and answer. You can stand. So, can you stand? The man in the glasses. No, in the glasses at the back, not you, sir. Sorry, sir. With the suit on, yes, sir. Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Uti. Someone highlighted that we need women to also ask.
Okay, so forgive me. I'm looking in that direction and they're all men. So yes, ma'am, I think by my count, that makes 6. Now, here's how this is going to go. If we keep our questions brief and direct it to the right panelists, then we can fit in a few more questions. So I know you want to give background to your question, but if we can move this quickly, then we can try and fit in more questions. So sir, in the back, I see you there, but we'll see if we can come to it. So I hope, ushers, that you have sort of noticed the people that we have highlighted. So if we can have sir with the outfit here, and to balance it out, can you bring the mic over to the lady here? Can you bring the mic over here? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks to all protocols observed. My question is for Ajia Maria Mohammed. I thank you for what you're doing. My name is Grace Titi Fredson. I'm the president of Nigerian Women in Agricultural Business, Cooperative Society Limited. Your bank, Alternative Bank, is doing a lot for SMEs. But I want to ask, because you're already financing, but you're doing higher purchase financing. That's what you're doing. Have you ever thought of progressing, rather than deal with individual SMEs, you deal with SMEs of SMEs? In this case, if you were here when you listened to Dr. Banji, he talked about they are moving away from dealing with SMEs to cooperative, and not just cooperative, primary cooperatives, dealing with the clusters of cooperative. In this case, we're talking about state unions and national APESs. So rather than deal with 11,000 SMEs, you're dealing with one enterprise. Have you ever thought of having that partnership, investor partnership, with such kind of cooperative? Because if you have, as you're living here and now, I'll be moving around with you. So we'll work together. Thank you. I will need you to answer me because you haven't done that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to say that our most successful model has been cluster-based. We prefer to work with groups. It helps de-risk. It helps give a better, a face to the whole cooperative. It helps us scale. Because when we are dealing with individuals, it's really difficult to make the kind of impact that you would like to make. During the break, I had a conversation with the Vice President of NASME. I think he's sitting behind you. These are the conversations that we actually have. After this, I would really, really like to sit with you and take this forward. While we do focus, on cluster-based financing, we do common facility centers and all of that. This is also that even processing is captured. So we're trying to ensure that the whole value chain, so rather than just a farming cluster, it's an industrial cluster, and the entire value chain is captured. I look forward to sitting with you after this.
Yeah, good evening all. I remain Mr. Enes from Benue Agro Revolution Program. My question goes directly to my friend from Kano. I appreciate what you are doing in Kano. Because you talked about fertilizer, I am a soil scientist, so that's why I'm interested in that question. Now, you discover that we've not actually think outside the box. Almost the whole state in Nigeria has little alternative to this fertilizer problem. Because this year, the price of good fertilizer went to almost 70,000. Good one, if you can get it some places. But we have forgot that, like in Benue, we have a lot of limestones. We have this biomass. We have, if you enter Benue, you see heaps of rice husks and all that. In Kano, you have many rocks, rock-based fertilizers. In Ogu, anywhere across Nigeria, you see some of these thinking outside the box solutions, because we are talking about sustainable solutions to this food scarcity of food in Africa. So if we're looking at alternative solutions, when you're talking about and then we are looking at sustainable solution to that scarcity, I think we should think of, like, we have this some of these rock-based organic fertilizers. We have lime. We have rock phosphates. We have some of these. We have all this material that can help us to solve little of this problem. So how much, as a question, as Kano or any other state take advantage in this move to reduce only dependence on this chemical fertilizer? Thank you.
My brother from Benue, I think you are making an assumption that all fertilizers can be produced from rocks. Very erroneous assumption, but I give it to you for your candor in asking the question. Urea is produced from a byproduct of petroleum refining. We don't have petrol in Kano, but simple superphosphates, triples of all kinds of phosphatic fertilizers, muriate of potash, everything can be produced from rock phosphate and other things. So I take it, I give it to you. My example was about urea. Urea is so fundamental, especially in the cereal economy. If you want a big bomb in yield in maize and millet and sorghum and other cereals, you need it. But I also admire your question because you are challenging us to look inwards. And maybe one day, if what they're trying to do is to pump some other petroleum-based resources up north to Kaduna, to Kano, then maybe blending plants will begin to produce such combination fertilizer. But at the moment, if you need urea, you go to Ndrama, you go to Dangote, you go to all the other ones that are really based on the cost. And you have to pay for the cost of haulage. But thank you for your question.
Okay. My name is Bonnie Elaneme, a science communication specialist, also a member of Abuja Chamber of Commerce. My question goes to Dr. Kingsley and a man from Seed Council. And it's simply to find out that the reason why we still have serious food insecurity is because in the government circle, we've not been able to seriously tackle the issue of insecurity. So I wonder how it's possible to get this food secured in the midst of high level of insecurity. Though our security agencies have been trying their best, but I think we need to be more intentional. Why I'm saying this to Dr. Kingsley is coming from the authority, if government decide today that food security is possible, they will do it. I believe that, if they are intentional about it, because they have to start from clearing the farmlands that the farmers have been chased away by some of these enemies. So government be intentional is very important concerning insecurity. Then to Seed Council, yes, the issue of GMO, my position is that I'm for GMO and also at the same time against GMO. What do I mean? The GMO, to me, should focus basically on non-edible crops, like cotton. So if you want to convince me, for me to, believe in GMO, let me see through cotton to bring back the Texan meat. If I see that flourishing, then I will believe you. I can go to any shop and pick up the GMO foods. So I believe that we don't need to impose, some of these foreign policies in the name of insecurity. I need to know any country that takes GMO to encourage them to improve their food security. I need to have an example of that country. I will tell you more about that country in terms of health. So the issue should not be the economic benefit of GMO. The issue should be the health benefit of GMO, if you ask me. That should be my position. Now, GMO should also go into non-edible crops like the pump and pepper, for researchers to invest more in bringing back our moribund pepper mills by planting those pump and pepper that will also revive the moribund pepper mills. If you are doing this, the area that we should channel effort, not just on food. In fact, to me, I'm seeing the issue of the politics of the GMO controversy as being political. And there is a conspiracy, maybe international conspiracy about that. So, other countries that are well civilized, they go to, they label their GMO products. So because the regulation here is very poor, I'm afraid.
So, sir,
I don't think I will subscribe to that. Thank you.
Can we remember, please, to keep our questions short? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I forgot your name again, Ananeme or something. Yeah, I'm not sure if you were here when I addressed the issue of insecurity and the food security nexus. Yeah, the insecurity is there, but while we work, we have to work to tackle each of them together. But also, bear in mind, before the advent of this massive insecurity in the country, we've still been a food insecure nation. We've been farming. Our farmers have been going to farm, but they're still poor. I grew up in the village. You farm, people farm, whatever you farm, you finish it within 3 months. If we don't address the deficit productivity, we are not going. I have just given you an instance. If you say, you talked about South Africa, 5 tons, and we are getting 1 ton here. So it's 5 times. It means 1 hectare in South Africa is 5 hectares here. It means 10 million hectares in South Africa is 50 million hectares. We farm around 30 million hectares. And let us assume insecurity has knocked out 10 million hectares. We have 20 million hectares. So it means if we just double the yield from that 20 million hectares, we're actually looking at 40 million hectares, which is additional 10 million hectares in excess of the 30 million hectares which we used to farm before the advent of the insecurity. So you cannot wait till the insecurity is solved before you begin to do the right thing. And this is not what government will do. This is people approaching science, just like you're a science communicator. Just like people approach things without science. These things are not rocket science to improve your productivity. It's not rocket science. It's just Google is there. There are things that you don't even need the agricultural experts to help you do. It's people depending on science and not depending on their emotion. Just like somebody from Benue. Yes, those things work. But then, have you thought about the residual pollution that will come from adopting the unrefined rocks? Do you think that the basic content of that phosphate rock is just phosphate? You have other components that will actually pollute the soil. You have some sulfate that are tied to the phosphate that will increase the acidity of the soil. So you are trying to give somebody, cure somebody one sickness, and you are giving the person another, something 10 times worse than. The major limiting, you're a soil scientist, the major limiting factor of our soil that are not very productive, because the algae soils and algae soils highly acidic. When the pH is below 5, aluminium, which is toxic to plant cells, becomes soluble. That's the problem. So when you are bringing those rocks, that's why people must always follow the rule. When there are laid down rules backed by science, sophisticated science, not just sophisticated science gave you paracetamol. So you cannot just say, oh, because you don't. It's based on pure science that have been pressure tested and proved to be right. So when you take those rocks and put them in the field, you get the little phosphate, but it leaves the sulfate in the soil. The sulfate enhances the sulfuric acid content of the soil. That helps to reduce the pH, and that helps to worsen the acidity problem in the soil. So you are just using one stone, attack one, and the thing will backfire 10 times against you. So we must, as stakeholders, I believe all of us here are stakeholders within the ecosystem, begin to follow science. And back to the GMO, sir. We are all eating GMOs here. The license for GMO, you're a science communicator, go to NAFDAC, go to Standard Organics, go to Biosafety, is environmental, which is production, and food, feed, and fiber. The feed and fiber, the feed we give to our animals, the soybean we get from Brazil, they are all GMO. This is a major warehouse company, Star Agric, in India. It's a $5 billion industry in India. He understands what I'm talking about. And then the cotton, you have the BT cotton, which is being adopted, is Mahako. Mahako is an Indian company. If there is anybody within the cotton farmers people around here, Mahako has an office in Lagos, and they're selling their GMO cotton seeds that are resistant to the indigenous pests and diseases that are striking down our productivity within the ecosystem. You are eating biscuits. You are eating, maybe when you went to lunch, they brought some snacks. It has those GMO things there, and it has not killed anybody. The life expectancy of the Americans, the Europeans, where these things are being consumed, is far double the life expectancy of Nigerians. And they are living, they are doing well, and they have not died. So don't mind all those emotional, factless, this thing trying to demarcate what will help us to advance the productivity of our farmers and increase our food self-sufficiency. All the countries, you say Russia. Russia is 10 times the size of Nigeria, with less than half of the population of Nigeria. So Russia can afford to continue to increase area expansion. They have so much land. And the temperature in Russia is very low. So when you farm this year, you don't degrade the fertility, the organic carbon, which is the bedrock of, you're a soil scientist, you know what I'm talking about. Why our soils are not fertile, the organic matter content of the Nigerian soils are very low because of the high temperature and precipitation regime. In Russia, the temperature regime is low, so the organic carbon content of the Russian soils remains stable, no matter how you do it. So Russians can afford to do that. Meanwhile, Russia also has abundant supply of phosphate, abundant supply of natural gas, abundant supply of potash. They are the largest in natural gas, the largest in urea, largest in potash, and second largest in phosphate. So the intensity of use of agrochemicals, Nigerians cannot afford it. A farm field, a hectare of maize in Russia takes about 500 kg of NPK, which is 10 bags. How many farmers can afford to buy 500,000 naira bag of fertilizer when you have other things that will help you to actually get yourself in the middle, get the right seed, put a little bit of fertilizer, and get something that can get you an average 2 to 3 tons and sustain productivity in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kingsley, for that very passionate answer. We will take our final question from you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's keep it brief.
Hello. All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Odongo. I'm a soil scientist. I'm an agronomist. I'm into agriculture for a long time. On the GMO issue, please, I probably would, because the gentleman there commented and the last speaker has also talked about it, I want us to discuss the issue of, this may not be the forum, please, maybe let us really sit down together and think of any, if it's not just to say that it increases productivity, fine. It reduces the cost of production, yes. And so anything that we produce, if we produce food and we don't consider the effect of the food on human health, animal health, soil microbial health, soil health generally, environmental health, then we are failing. Please, I want us to look into this, not just by the idea that, yes, people have come to market the GMOs to us. Intensive
research in Russia. I'm a Russian trained person. I've done my research for very many years there and even made a discovery on soils. But what I want to say there, even the Russian president has banned because of the results of research carried out on GMO seeds and the effect on human beings. Please, I want you to tell us the effect of GMO foods on human health and DNA. We should get into that. Let's get scientists to sit and just not just buy anything and start to sell it around. The Russian president came up after such research work and the results of research and said that nobody should market GMO seeds or sell GMO foods in Russia. Otherwise, you'll be called a terrorist. We have to look into this thing. I disagree with you, please, sir, that we should encourage GMO seeds.
Before he responds, please, can you cite the paper? It's propaganda. Cite the paper.
No, I'll get it. I'll get it. No, that's why I said let us.
Before you start, you cite the paper.
I was not ready for that here. I came here, with a. Please, sir. That's why I'm requesting that let's sit down.
We have
please,
Google here. Cite the paper.
Yes, let's hold a meeting and discuss this because it's in the interest of our country. We just don't buy anything. Anything that does not encourage total health, human health, animal health, microbial health, environmental health, we should not encourage it. Please, just tell us what is the effect of all these GMOs on DNA of humans first.
Thank you, sir. So I'll just merge it with the previous question that talked about imposition. There is no imposition of GM in Nigeria. I categorically gave us figures, and let me say it explicitly. In terms of seed production, for cowpea, it's just 0.24% of cowpea seed used in Nigeria that is GM. So we have the remaining 99 points, whatever you can call it, that are still conventional seed. This is just to add to increase our productivity. Then, about the last question, sir. Yes, I salute your passion. But at the same time, if I have somebody here that is a pro-GM, he will give you series and series of facts telling you that this is safe for human consumption. So it's just a debate that is going on. But we should not look at, oh, this is what Russia has done. What if you look at, oh, this is what US is doing, encouraging it? But like you said, it's not a debate for today, and maybe if there's a bigger fora, we can delve more into this. But I'll tell you, all the seeds produced in Nigeria has gone through the required tests by the agency involved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And finally, to add, there is nobody imposing. The scientists that did it was all Nigerians. IAR and NABDA, before you get to the airport, Mrs. Rose Gidado, the professors in IAR. So they are no white man, no imperialist, no American. These are things that should be celebrated, that our own scientists, one of them is a woman leading it, are the brain behind this thing. So, like I said, it's let me give you an instance now. Anyway, let's not go into that. Russia is a major grain exporting country. Russia is a major grain exporting country. It's a major foreign exchange driver for the economy. So do you think, if you're a Russian, do you think you would like people to replace your market? Do you think, if you're a Russian, do you think, because most of the large markets is in Africa, we spend $50 billion in Africa importing grains. So if you are a major grain exporting country to Africa, and Africa is taking a step to free themselves from your stranglehold, do you think you will just sit quiet? These are patriotic leaders in their countries. So do you think you just sit quiet and watch your market space fizzle away from you? No. You won't. You will have to do something. When the gas issue was happening, people were paying activists to discourage drilling of gas and oil in America so that the dependency on Russian gas will be very high. They are the ones fueling its destructive, not minding that there are some developing countries that are dependent on natural resources for their national survival. But people are driving, doing riot, stop drilling, stop doing this thing. If you are making money from something, you will do everything within your limits to convince your market, to your customers to maintain. If you go to Abana or to Use Market and meet a maker, you want to buy gin, he doesn't have your size. He will have to convince you that the size he has is the best. In fact, this is the best thing that has happened. So we have to be very matured. Like I asked you, next time you go for such events, to buttress whatever you say, you have to have the facts. You're an agronomist. You're a scientist. That's why I referred you. If you say there are many these things, show me the science. People keep saying this without the science. When you go there, they send you to a dodgy website, not substantiated, just like you see people advertising different kind of medications in the internet. They're not doctors. Just pick their name, Google it, you see that they're not doctors. So you rely on that, you eat something, your kidney fails, your liver fails. You say, oh, I saw it from an online doctor. No. People were in Nigeria here during the vaccine, people were saying one of the main proponents against vaccine was the first person that went to take the vaccine. So we have to be very mindful. We have to be matured. As Africans, like I said, everything we do must be science-based. And thank God to AI, thank God to Google. You can actually educate yourself and get the facts, the right facts, from the right websites, not from dodgy websites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for all of our panelists and to you, the audience, for such spirited conversation. Thank you so much. As we begin to wrap up, I would like to invite back to the stage Dele Fashamo, who's the head of Corporate and Investment Banking Directorate at Sterling Bank, to thank our guests and present them their gift. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Perhaps you want to drop the boxes on your seats? Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
A round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, we thank you that if you've been in the room till this time, the conversations today were really, really essential to you, to your business, and to this industry. As we wrap up for the first day of ASA 2024, I would like to invite, I want to say that he's the engine behind ASA 2024, but when he comes up, you will understand what I mean. He is the group head for Agriculture and Solid Minerals Finance at Sterling Bank Limited, in the person of Dr. Olushola Obikonye. Please let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes up stage. He has over 2 decades in roles spanning agricultural finance, product development, corporate strategy, financial analysis, credit administration, and project management, amongst other roles in banking. He's a critical player in the agric sector. Everyone who has been talking about access to finance, he's a very, very critical player. So please, let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him to the stage for the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I want to stand on all existing protocols and thank every one of us that have been able to make time to be here. Indeed, we have had a very engaging session, and we have taken note of all of the brilliant conversations and contributions to the issues that have been raised today, from the keynote address to the goodwill messages, and of course, to those two very wonderful panel sessions. We thank all that have also contributed by way of questions, airing their unbiased opinion. I want you to know that for ASA 2024, in its 7th edition, one of the things that we are determined to do is to make sure that your voice does not go unheard. What that will mean is that we will take note of your opinion, we will take note of your position, we will take note of your perspectives, and we will make sure that we retrieve them in the document that will ultimately forge the direction that we all desire to see. We look forward to a greater time tomorrow. I know that tomorrow will be the second and the final day of ASA, and we will be discussing very, very important topics. We'll be having side events around investors forums and the deal room. We hope that you will be with us tomorrow as early as 9 o'clock so that we'll be able to finish on good time. But on behalf of the board and the management and the senior staff of Sterling Bank Limited, we would like to thank you for your participation. We look forward to receiving you again tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Olushola Obikoye. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of day one. As you leave, I just want to make an important announcement. We do have a missing bag. I think it's one of the gift bags, but it does have a device inside of it. So do please look around. If you do find it, please hand it to one of the ushers. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I remain Uti Elu. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Get home safe.